Oh man, it has been a while. It's been a while. Feels weird sitting here in front of my computer again on a Saturday with my mic in front of me, staring at my OBS. Oh, it's so strange. I haven't done this in so long, but, hi. Hello. Oh boy. Oh, I need my emotional support. A stuffed animal for this one, real quick. Oh boy, I haven't done this in so long. I'm already anxious. But hi. Gosh, right. So, um, as per usual, before we start stream, we have some announcements to run through to talk about. So, let us proceed with that, shall we? Let's see if I still can do this. It's been so long. So, before we talk about anything news relating to Palestine, I will cycle through everything else and then we will work our way back up. And so we will start with Sudan. They are currently in a war between Sudanese armed forces and paramilitary rapid support forces. Sudanese children have been burned, whether alive or not. It is still horrific and disturbing. There has been a boycott called for Dubai / the United Arab Emirates. They don't have any gold mines, and so they are killing, raping, and terrorizing the Sudanese people for their gold. So do not participate in tourism of the United Arab Emirates or Dubai, and certainly do not buy any gold from them. Women in Sudan are being forced to have sexual intercourse with soldiers to obtain food for their families. This is the literal definition of sex slavery. Also, Sudan has been hit with devastating floods, and of course there are links below. Well, I don't have it right now, but if you look at past VODs, I have links to support the Sudanese people as well as the Congolese, Yemeni, and Haitian people. Right, sorry, goodness. Oh, I'm trying to read off of my notes. I'm having a hard time, excuse me. Congo is in the midst of a silent genocide. Many are being worked to death as slaves in mines in order to mine for coltan, which is a valuable mineral that is used in our electronics such as our phones and our computers. They are the #1 producer of this mineral. Millions are being killed. Women are being sexually assaulted, and men and children are being forced to work in inhumane conditions, with over 6 million people killed and counting. The Yemeni people are facing a famine and have been repeatedly bombed by the United States, the UK, and many other nations. I believe they were last bombed in July, but that might be inaccurate. I still have to check in with that. I have been checking in with it, I just haven't really seen information about it, so that is my best guesstimate. And the Haitian people are facing gang violence and also intense bouts of xenophobia, as according to an article. Haitians in Springfield are being attacked after a campaign of misinformation and xenophobia was launched by the American far right, which falsely accused them of eating pets, which is racist and xenophobic, as you are aware. But please do support the Sudanese, Congolese, Yemeni, and Haitian people. I have links to a variety of resources for you to share and support the people, as well as links to Posterity International, as they are currently trying to raise $70,000 to provide hygiene kits to displaced people in the Kanyarinchia camp. The goal is to provide at least 10,000 hygiene kits. These kits contain essential items such as soap, toothpaste, and sanitary products. I also have a link to Twitter user at @sitcomabed. That's spelled SITCOMABED. They have a Ko-fi where they are raising money for Sudan and Palestine. And also I have a link to a campaign by TikTok user at @acute_insp, spelled ATUTE_INSP, with her team Mutual Aim. They are trying to collect money for Congo, Sudan, and Tigray. The donations will be divided between the 3 causes. So if you would like to donate but do not have the funds to donate to multiple campaigns, then this is a great way to help out. Excuse me. News relating to Venezuela. I do believe the Venezuelan people are still facing a media blackout. If you do not know what's gone on in Venezuela, there was an election between two candidates, Edmundo Gonzalez and Nicolas Maduro. Nicolas Maduro won, even though the clear winner of the polls was Gonzalez. It is postulated that he rigged the election. Many protested and vocalized their distaste for the results, but that caused a lot of kidnappings to occur, and they were taken to El Tigray, which is the largest torture center in Latin America. Over 46 people were killed in 24 hours after the election. Nicolas Maduro is a violent dictator to the people of Venezuela, so yes, if you can find resources to support Venezuelan people at this time, as well as read into what is going on currently, and just please keep talking about Venezuela. SAG-AFTRA, I believe, is still currently striking for video game voice actors and their right to not be used or replaced by AI or used within AI algorithms. On the SAG-AFTRA website, their statement reads, SAG-AFTRA members went on strike against video game employers on July 26th. The strike was called after more than 18 months of negotiations with some of the largest video game companies ended without a deal. The employers rebuffed our proposals for consent, compensation, and transparency around the use of AI and instead have countered with loophole-filled language that negates any protections they claim to offer. As far as I am aware, they are still striking. So I will keep my best efforts to keep up with their strikes and let you know when eventually the strikes do end. But all the power to the SAG-AFTRA people as well as to video game voice actors, and I hope that they come to a resolution. The Oaxaca fires in Oaxaca, Mexico were incredibly devastating to the indigenous population. Many lives were lost as well as many homes were destroyed, and the government has done nothing to support the people of Oaxaca, Mexico. So if you would like to support the people of Oaxaca, Mexico, especially the indigenous population, you're going to have to look in the past VODs for links. I didn't set up the thing for this stream. I'm so sorry, but in past VODs there are links to support those who were impacted by the fires, as well as those impacted by the Rio Grande do Sul floods. Floods and landslides left at least 100 people dead and displaced more than 200,000 people. So please also follow the links to support the people of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. I also have in those past VODs in the collection, there are news articles that discuss what happened, but they are in Portuguese. So if you could read Portuguese or speak Portuguese, that's great. Or you can translate it or just find articles in English, whatever you are able to do to read about what happened there. All indigenous tribes have been stripped of their clean water rights. There is a link in the description for a New York Times article for when this happened to the Navajo, as well as links in past VODs to support indigenous people, not just in one instance, but all the time. Please always support indigenous people. The wildfires that tore through Maui were incredibly devastating. It tore through a historic town. A lot of people were displaced or killed, as well as a lot of infrastructure was destroyed. They are rebuilding, thankfully, but still, if you would like to support the indigenous population of Maui, there are links in past VODs. I will get it set up by next stream, I promise. And semi-finally, I do have one more thing I need to talk about before we talk about Palestine. I forgot to include it on here. I'm so airheaded. I'm so sorry. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of businesses discriminating against the LGBT. So, as I was saying before, in past VODs, please look to the links below to support LGBT people at this time. Now, I know there was intense wildfires that raged through California a little bit ago. I think they only just got them under control, unless they're still ongoing in some areas. I know they hit LA the hardest, I believe, and many other areas within or near LA. I do need to gather resources to put in my little collection of links to support the people that were impacted by these wildfires, because they were probably the worst wildfires that California has seen yet. And this is also unusual from what I read. They don't normally happen in the wintertime, and that's usually when California is safe from the wildfires. So if you live in LA or California parts that were impacted by the wildfires, I hope, first of all, that you are safe, that your family is safe, and I am incredibly sorry for this devastation that has happened. It is horrific to read about these things, and hopefully you are okay and safe. And if not, then I'm terribly sorry. But I will seek out resources to link to help support those impacted by the California wildfires that happened not too long ago. Alright, so now we're circling back around, talk about stuff that's happened with Palestine. Most of what the news that I have gathered has been much of the same in terms of like ceasefire talks and negotiations, as well as Israel still bombing Gaza. They're like 11% contained right now, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for that, Leah. Appreciate it. Yeah, as far as I understand, many bombs are still being dropped on Gaza. I have one instance that I put that says Israeli strikes killed dozens of people across Gaza on Wednesday of this week. Palestinian medics said as talks to halt the fighting, quote unquote, the genocide, continue in Qatar, and Israeli troops recover the body of at least one hostage from a tunnel near the southernmost city of Rafah. Palestinian medical workers said an Israeli airstrike killed at least 10 people in a multi-story house in the Sheikh Radwan neighborhood of Gaza City, while another killed 10 in other parts of the city. I also have heard that Israel was dropping bombs on Syria. One instance I read, they dropped a bomb on Syria that was so heavy it registered as a 3.0 magnitude earthquake. So now it's Lebanon and it's Syria that's getting bombed by Israel. Their aggression knows no bounds, which is typical, but it is still horrific that they are spreading this genocide outward. I also have read that Israel's military says it carried out new airstrikes in Yemen against what it said were Houthi rebel targets. Its statement Friday said fighter jets struck on the western coast in inland Yemen a day after the Houthis launched 3 drones at Israel. So there's another update for that. So I guess in terms of bombing, it is most recently, but it is mostly on Israel. I was talking about like other areas other than Israel. I have a link at the very top of the description right below my little like hello, how are you? That is resources to support Palestinians. I urge you to follow those links, please, please, please. I have links for charities such as the PCRF and MAP. I also have links to GazaFunds.com, where it is a site that randomly generates a GoFundMe for a Palestinian family who is trying to escape the genocide, and I highly encourage you to do so. All of the GoFundMes that are on there are vetted, as well as links to get eSIMs. eSIMs are desperately needed at this time, so there are instructions through the website if you do not know how to send an eSIM, so you'll be all set to do that. I highly encourage you to do so. But I believe that is all I have for you guys in terms of announcements. If I'm missing anything, I'm terribly sorry. I'm incredibly flaky today. But yeah, for now, I will put on the music, which, oh gosh, it's been so long since I said that, and I will flip the screen. Oh dear, that's not what you guys weren't supposed to see that yet. But hi! Hello, everyone! Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've been here. I don't know how to be a streamer. It's been a month and I've just completely and utterly just gone out of my brain. I don't know how to do this again. It's been so long. I hope you all are doing well. For those of you who don't know, I took a month-long break in December for various reasons. I will get into them, not in depth in this stream, but I will still talk about them because I think it's important to discuss what happened while I was gone. Because it wasn't for good reasons. It was very much I needed to take a break. Otherwise I was gonna not have a good time. Absolute pleasure to see you again. It's an absolute pleasure to see you guys again as well. I did kind of miss streaming, but honestly, I've just been so scattered doing a bunch of other stuff. It's just, I don't know, man. I guess before I get into anything as well, important thing I must announce, on the 18th and the 25th, so next week and the week after, both on Saturdays, around 4 p.m. PST, God willing, I'm going to be streaming the Paint-a-thon, which will be 2 Saturdays worth of me following Bob Ross painting tutorials as we raise money for medical aid for Palestinians, also known as MAP. We have raised money for them before when we did the horror-a-thon, and now it's just going to be me trying my best to follow a Bob Ross tutorial. There will be milestones for every amount of money we hit. I will do things like I have to swap which hand I draw with. I have to draw with my feet. I have to do such and such thing that hinders me from actually painting. And it will be a set amount of time from like 5 minutes to like, I don't know, 20 minutes. I was thinking of doing like a little wheel I spin, and it, whatever the time it lands on, I have to do it for that long. So set your calendars, mark your calendars, set your alarms, whatever, for the 18th and the 25th. I think it'll be fun. And then, yeah, hopefully we'll raise a lot of money for that. If you guys hit $1,000, I will do an IRL painting stream, which I won't show my face for. Those of you who are hopeful to a face reveal, no, I will just have a hand cam. However I set that up, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'll figure it out. And I will paint IRL for you guys. I think it'll be fun. So hopefully you guys attend, and hopefully we raise a lot of money. We raised quite a bit of money last time. I think close to almost 200 pounds. They use pounds for their money they raise. I said dollars earlier. Whoops, no, it's pounds. I don't know what the equivalence would be, because I'm silly and I don't know pounds to dollar equivalents off the top of my head. But yeah, 18th and 25th. Be there or be square. And if you can't donate, that's okay. Just share the Tiltify link. I'm gonna make an announcement in my community post probably tomorrow. Just share the Tiltify link around and have people donate. If you got people that can donate, that would be great. Thank you. But yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so all over the place. My brain is mush. My brain has been mush for the past month. My brain has been utter mush, and it's not been fun. Okay, so let's talk about it. Where was I for the past month? Well, I was just trying to survive mostly. I had to work up till before Christmas. I was there till like a week before Christmas. So that also had a lot to do with it. And my mental health has just kind of went down the drain. That's a big factor in everything, is my mental health just went down. it depleted. December was not a good month for me. Even now, I'm still trying to pick myself back up after December, so I'm still kind of in shambles a little bit. I'm not gonna go into huge details about what exactly happened for me to go down the drain like this, but a lot of it has to do with my anxiety spiking a lot. Hello, welcome in. A lot of it has to do with my anxiety spiking a whole bunch out of nowhere. My anxiety got really, really, really bad. And it was to the point where it was inhibiting me from functioning a whole bunch. I could hardly communicate. I was stuck in my own head. I hope you had a good Christmas. Good. Well, I'll talk about Christmas in a little bit. This is like the lead up to Christmas. But I just was not having a good time. And the zenith of it all was the last day I had to work before I went on 2-week break, which God bless, I went on 2-week break, but even still I didn't have a good time on my break at all. It should have been rejuvenating, but instead I felt like I was gonna freaking chew on drywall and spit it back out. Christ. But the zenith of it all was the day before I went on break. And I remember I was having just the absolute worst day. I was in my head a whole bunch. I just was in this like obsessive spiral, and it all came like tumbling down when I went on break in my car, and I just broke down. I broke down in my car and I cried, and I was like fretting the whole time. I was like, fuck, I can't go back in the building because the kids are gonna see that my eyes are red and they're gonna be like, are you okay? You know, so that's what I was worried about. I didn't want the kids to see me crying. I was like, shit. Oh, great. So I just had to sit there in the cold in my car and wait until I was better enough, I looked normal enough to go back inside. I also ended up with a ton of bruises on my leg because the kids ran me rugged, dude. Oh man. They did this, so you know those little, I hope you're okay. I'm doing a little bit better, don't worry. That was just like, I'm getting better all the time, but at that point I was at my lowest. So sorry to hear about that. I had a similar spell not that long ago. I know how debilitating it can be. I hope you're better now. I'm doing a bit better, but fuck's sake, December was just horrible. Yeah, but wait, there's more. But yeah, I had bruises on my shins for the longest time because the kids had the scooters, right? They were playing with these little scooter things, and they got these mats and put them on top of the scooters, and they made this makeshift, like, I called it like a roller coaster, like a trolley or whatever, and they were getting someone to tug them with a jump rope, and I decided to do that for them, and not only did I run myself so ragged I could hardly breathe and I felt like I was gonna throw up, but I scraped my shins so bad there were really bad bruises on them for 2 weeks, and they're still kind of there. They were real deep purple and red. It was terrible. There were like 4 of them on my shins. Worst bruising I got at my job, by far. Yeah. And then I went on break, and my break was... like I said, it should have been a time for me to relax, but it felt more like I was spiraling. I was really not having a good time. I know I talked a lot with my girlfriend about it. God bless her, she's so great. We hung out a whole bunch too over the break. The Saturdays I spent not streaming, I spent with her, and we watched movies. We watched Breaking Bad a little bit. We hung out, talked. It was nice. It was nice to get time to spend with her again. But the interesting thing that happened over December was I have friends, guys. Spinning it into trying to make something good out of it. I have friends. I've made some really good friends in my time over my break. Because the thing is, you know, being part of the Beatles fandom on Tumblr, I spent a lot of my time talking with people that I had come to grow to be, like, close mutuals with. And that helped a lot, too. Just talking with people, just hanging out with people, making genuine bonds. It's nice. It's nice that I have friends again. Because, like, 3 years ago, I lost all of my friends. The only people that were still in my life were my girlfriend and her friends. And now, I have at least, like, 5 people now that I can call close friends. One of which is probably a really, really close friend now. And, I'm just happy about that, but it's also, you know, I got this, like, internet friends can be the most special relationships, yeah. Like you and me, Leah, like you and me. We are internet friends, and I consider you a close friend. But, yeah, it was nice. It was so nice. I'm in a group chat with at least 2 of them. 2 of my mutuals, so I consider... Well, I call all my mutuals, like, beloved mutuals. But 2 of them, like, the 2 of them I'm just real close with, and we're in a group chat together. I actually sent my YouTube channel to them, specifically, because I kind of hinted at it like a little bit, and so maybe one of them will turn up and stream, maybe they won't. No pressure whatsoever, but if she shows up, then be on your best behavior, please. That's good. You have some new friends. I probably won't make new friends. Hey, if I can make friends, you can make friends. That's the bottom line here. Go make some friends. It may seem daunting, but I promise you it's not. But here's the thing I was trying to say, and then I got distracted. I have intense anxiety about making friends, wherein I am terrified at all times, and I'm getting better about it, I promise, that they all secretly hate me. Or that they have an issue with me, they're not telling me, and I won't know about it. Because they won't tell me. Or they're just gonna leave. Coming out to my friends as a YouTuber, yeah. They took it pretty well though, which is great. One of them was like, streamer man, you should draw us playing toys together, and I was like, hell yeah, dude. I have this just perpetual fear that I'm just gonna lose them all. That's been a perpetual fear of mine for ages and ages now, and it's prevented me from making proper friends as a result of it. And bless this group of people that I've managed to make friends with, because they are all so understanding and they're all so nice. I can't understand, like, I can't state it enough. All these people are the sweetest people I have ever met. I am eternally grateful to them for being in my life. And it's like I started off the year with nobody, except for me and my girlfriend and her friends, of course. But now I have more people in my life than I can count, and it's incredible. And now I'm in 2025 and I have friends, and I'm very happy about that. And I message quite a few of them regularly. A lot of them are really great, talented artists as well, or writers. One of them, sorry, I was reading your message. Sorry. Oh, I'm gonna be so all over the place today. I'm so sorry. Where is my brain? One of them, yeah, I had been following since 2019, since way, way back in the day when we were in a different fandom completely, and we were in, like, different circles in the same fandom. And I'd been following them for, like, years and years and years. And then they were the one that got me into the Beatles in the first place. How to make friends tutorial when I... Give me a second, I'll explain a thing. But, yeah, I'd been following them for ages and ages. And then they became mutual. They completed the mutual when I made my Beatles blog on Tumblr. And we'd been on and off talking over the year. And then December came, and I did this thing with my mutuals where I did, like, letters, quote unquote, where I went into their ask box and I sent them, like, a really nice, like, thank you for being a wonderful mutual message to each one of them. Because genuinely I was just showing my gratitude for them being really nice to me, and or just being cool people in general also. And I got a message back from that mutual that I've been following forever, and they were just like, oh my gosh, I'm giving you the biggest hug ever. I consider you my friend even if we don't talk all that much, and I would love to talk to you more, because each one I ended off with, I want to talk to you more. They were like, I would love to talk to you more. And so we've been talking a whole bunch more, and it's literally, this person is like my twin almost. We kind of like follow the same line of like major fandoms through the years. It's like we have a weird psychic connection. So I've been calling them my twin. So I'm just, and it's, yeah. So either way, I'm so, I love them very much. They're very, very a close friend of mine, and I'm just so happy at all that I'm just talking to people. I'm getting better about talking to people. That was my big major fault, is I struggled to talk to people, and I'm getting better at it, and it's like, oh my god, this is what I was missing. It's also just because, like, my twin, I'm just gonna call them my twin, I have to reach out to them a lot more because genuinely they have problems with their memory, and so, like, they want to message me, but they often forget to, so I'm taking that initiative myself to message them so that we can converse more. They have messaged me on a couple of occasions, but it's mostly just me, but yeah. So that, yeah, that's a little bit of joy sprinkled in. And yes, Leah, you sent me a drawing that I will cherish forever. It made me so joyous. Yes, I did a drawing for Leah for Christmas that I sent her, and I was just like, God, I hope she likes this drawing. I worked on it, like, Christmas Eve. I was procrastinating on so much stuff, and I was like, shit, I gotta get this drawing done for Leah. I don't want to have to send this, like, day after Christmas. So I, like, worked really hard to get it done for Christmas, and I sent it to her, and I was just like, God, I hope she likes it, and I'm so glad that she did. I was like, please. I also sent one to my girlfriend. I did the same thing last year, but I was just like, let me do this again, because I just like sending drawings to people. But yeah, Christmas was okay. You know, I will say it was a pretty big highlight of my break. And then I immediately went into the desolation pit again. I had to work on my break because I volunteered to do some time outside of my break, get a couple hours in, except I had to call out on my one other day that I worked because I was feeling really sick, and I'll get into that in a second, but literally no one has ever done anything like that for me. I was so happy. Aww. Well, now I know I'm gonna do that for you more often. I'm gonna draw stuff for you more often. I'm making a note. Making a mental note. Draw you stuff more often. If, hopefully, God, my brain will remember it, because, oh my God, my brain has been so bad about remembering stuff lately. Oh. Yeah, but I went into the desolation pit again right after Christmas, and then New Year's was bleak for a minute, and then I was fine. Now I'm trying to make a path like up to recovering, I guess. I'm trying my darndest here. It's kind of like baby steps a little bit, where some days I'm fine, some days I'm not. It was just, December was just horrible. It was the worst month ever. I don't know what the hell happened or what was going on in the air, but just December sucked. It was terrible. Oh my god, I just felt like I was turning into mush. And you know what, also? I wanted to be productive over my break as well and get some, like, writing done. I did not do that. I fell into a miniature writer's block over Christmas break, and I got bad brain fog that I'm just now getting out of. So, lovely. I spent Christmas wine drunk. Oh, well, that's so fair. I don't drink, but, you know, all power to you. Honest to God, I probably would have did the same thing. I'm kidding. But yeah, that's the most of it in terms of what I was in feeling during break. And while I was gone from streaming. Oh, I also took, like, the first week of January off, because I'm like, hell no, I need to adjust to getting back to work. Let me take this little week off, and then I'll be back. But another thing is too, with streaming, this year I'm gonna aim to try to be more chillaxed this year. Try not to beat myself up about streaming so much, because, like, this is just a hobby. I just do this for funsies. I don't really do this for, like, profit or anything, because I have a job that I make money from. But I'm not gonna probably stream every single Saturday this year. I'm probably gonna stream maybe once or twice a month. Because I need it. If I feel like streaming more, then I will, but I just honestly want to take it easy. I ran myself ragged in 2024 doing streams, in all honesty. And 2025 is just gonna be the year I take it easy. For my own sake. I don't wanna chill court sweep 2025. I'm just taking it easy, man. I'm riding the wave of maxing, relaxing, all cool. Yeah. I mean, this month is just, there's gonna be 2 streams for the charity streams, and then I'm, taking a break until February, where, oh man, February. February is gonna be interesting, because that's, when I am, that's my birth month. My birthday is coming up. God, I'm gonna be 25. Oh my god. Every single time I think about that, I just fucking... Oh. For real, your mental health is always more important than a silly YouTube video. Exactly. I'm trying to take it easy more, because I want to spend also more time just talking with my girlfriend, hanging out with her friends, hanging out with my new friends, of course, talking with them. Because, for the love of God, I don't want to lose these people. They're very important to me. I don't want to lose any of my new friends. I love them very much. They're very, very sweet. I know you jokingly said, like, how do you make friends? The thing is like, I got really lucky with this group of people, because we all bonded over a similar interest. That one being the Beatles. I also was just very persistent in interacting with them. A lot of them have said that, like, they were very happy that I was interacting with them because I would leave like positive tags on their posts. I would be very positive when interacting with them. Generally, I was very supportive of every endeavor they were doing. So I was just reaching out and being like, hey, this thing is really cool. I love what you did. You know, like all of that, and all of them, the ones that I am friends with now, all were just like, yeah, okay, this person's cool. We're gonna talk to them. I also got really lucky when I expressed anxieties of like, am I being annoying, or am I being a nuisance, or I'm worried that you hate me. They all reacted positively and were like, no, you are fine. It is a-okay. So yeah, just do your best. Don't push yourself to like put this persona on for people. Just be yourself, and if you can find people that have a similar interest to you, try and bond with them over that. That's like what works for me. And what works for me is not gonna work with everybody, but just do your best. Alright? Do your best. I believe in you. You will make friends, and they will be great people, and you will be friends forever and ever. Hopefully. I believe in you. I believe in all of you who are struggling. You can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. Also, almost all the people in my life right now are men, and I want to get out of it. Get me out of here. I'm so sorry, Leah. I'm so sorry. Do you guys hate me is also my default state, lol. Yeah, that's been my default state for years at this point. Probably just because I have trust issues. Because I had friends in my life, friends, quote unquote, in my life that genuinely were like that. That wouldn't really tell me until the last minute if I did something wrong. And that's a big, huge thing for me. Is like, if I do something wrong, please tell me. But don't stew in it, alright? I need to know. I am guilty of having done that before as well, and I'm working to not do that. I genuinely. Any case, but I believe in you. I believe at you. You guys will do so. Also, all my friends call me Q. That's a funny little thing. So if you ever see one of my friends in chat going like, Q, how are you? That's them. That's what they call me. I also have that as like my nickname on Tumblr is Q. They just call me Q. Which is kind of cute, but at the same time, I can't help but thinking I like Q ball. Like I'm playing pool, so every time they say Q, I'm like, oh shit, are we playing pool? That's just my brain playing word association, though. It's just like a lot of people actually did secretly hate me. Me too, a lot of people didn't. Yeah, I fucking hate that so badly. Don't secretly hate people. If you're friends with them and you got an issue with them, just tell them. Like, if there's something going on, say it. Don't stew in it. It just genuinely sucks, especially with people who have paranoia like me. I kind of pretended that my favorite color was pink to fit into society's normal girl and boy standards. That's understandable. I mean, I genuinely love pink. I'm not afraid to say it. Like, it's not my favorite color, but I love pink. I'm not afraid to say it, but, you know, I don't want people to ascribe the color pink to me. Yeah, but I get it. I get it. Completely. Yeah. Well, yeah. Is that... I'm trying to think, is there anything else? Oh, I guess I can tell you some stuff I got. Well, I'll tell you all the Beatles stuff I got for Christmas, which isn't a lot, but I'm still happy I got some Beatles stuff anyway. I think it'd be kind of cute if people called me Elle or something, but people would think it's a Death Note reference, and that's embarrassing. Wow. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Yeah, let's see. I got like 4 Beatles. I only asked for like 3 things for Christmas this year because I really wasn't, I don't need a whole bunch of stuff, but I got a whole bunch of stuff anyway because my mom was like, that's not gonna do. But I have 4 Beatles things. I have a calendar that's Yellow Submarine themed, which I'm ecstatic about. I have it hanging up on my wall right now. I'm not gonna mark it up like I do my normal calendars. I got another one that's got pigs on it, but I'm not gonna mark it up So I just have that one there as a calendar to just have. And then I have one by my desk. That's the other one I got. That's pig themed. And it's that one I'm marking up for like my timetables for work so I remember. Or like any appointments or whatever I got going on. I have a shirt. It's just like a default normal Beatles shirt. I'm surprised I didn't get one with like the Abbey Road album cover on it. Because that's like the most common Beatles shirt I see. I got one with the portraits from A Hard Day's Night on it. Not like all the portraits, but like a couple, I think hand-picked ones. Yes, I know, Valentine's Day is in February. I probably don't think I'll do anything for Valentine's Day because I work. Yep, I work on Valentine's Day. But if Valentine's Day will be in spirit. And, what was I saying? A shirt? Yep. And then I got two Beatles albums. I got my own version of the White Album, which also has the Escher demos on it, which is cool. I'm so happy about that, actually. I couldn't find a regular version of it online. I just had the deluxe version, so I was like, fuck it, I guess I'm just getting that with the Escher demos. And then I have Revolver. I finally got Revolver, and I'm so fucking happy about it. God, that's the album I'd been pining for forever that I could not find at any secondhand store I went to. I went to like 3 in November and I could not find Revolver whatsoever. That album is so fucking hard to find, you would not believe it. Because nobody's listening to it for some fucking reason. Even though it's got like at least like 3 popular songs on it that I can think of. But I could find Yellow Submarine easily, and I didn't buy it because, no thank you. But I have it now. It's also got a demo disc on it that has, like, alternate takes of songs. So, but I listened to it. I think it was pretty solid. I'm gonna have to listen to it again, though, to actually settle my thoughts. But I liked Revolver. I'm so happy I have it, though. God bless. Thank you. Oh, my collection is complete. Technically, it's not, because I need Let It Be and Yellow Submarine to completely fill out my collection, but, like, no. Leah's sending me a meme. Why I like Revolver, just a bunch of lines of text. Why I like Abbey Road, funny sun song. That's so fucking funny, cause it's true. I do like Abbey Road, mostly cause it has Here Comes the Sun on it. Hey look, it's a good song, alright? George's songs on most of the albums are bangers. Like, when I was listening to Revolver, Love You Too, oh my god, that song is so... I'm not a huge fan of Taxman, I'd have to listen to it again, but honestly, it was okay. But Love You Too... Oh! Thank you, God, that song's incredible. Anyway. Yeah, those are the main highlights. I mean, I got clothes and stuff too for Christmas, and like chargers, stuff for my everyday life, and maybe like 2 books. My uncle, bless him, he sent me a book about child reincarnations, like children who believe they're reincarnations of other people. It was He always sends me such interesting books. I need to read it. I do. Because I am fascinated by that. And I just need to read it. I love my uncle to death. I don't know why he sends me those kinds of books, but, like, you know what? I need to expand my knowledge out about about child reincarnation. I sound like I'm being facetious, but no, I genuinely mean that. I'm excited to read that eventually. If I get back into reading. I've been in a reading slump and I haven't read shit this month. Ugh. Taxman kind of rips if you get into it. That's fair. I couldn't get into it though. I was like, okay, cool. And then Eleanor Rigby would come on immediately after. I'm like, oh, let's fucking go, Eleanor Rigby. Anyway. What else? I watched a lot of movies whilst I was gone. A lot of movies. How many movies did I watch in December? Let me check my Letterboxd. Just to see. What the fuck? Okay, I was confused. I was like, what? Seeing something. Let's see. How many movies did I watch in December? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 movies. I watched 9 movies in December. I want to talk about all of them because they were a real mixed bag. Most of these I watched with my girlfriend anyway. These were the films we watched whilst I was on break. And I feel so bad for her because she was like, you burnt me out on movies because half of these sucked. I was like, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean it. I didn't even know the quality of these films, if they would be good or not, okay? I just stuck them into a list so that we could watch them together. Right. I'll talk about them. Let's see. The first one we watched was Whiplash. Crazy thing to watch the first of the month, by the way. We watched that on in the beginning of December. And it was probably the stick out movie of the year for us. We still reference Whiplash every so Our thing is when there's like a scene happening. Our thing when there's a scene happening in a movie we're watching or something going on, she was the one that started it. She was like, not my tempo. Not my tempo. That's our thing that we do now. We just start quoting that. We just, not my tempo. As a person who actually went to jazz school, I have many, many, many thoughts about Whiplash. That's so fair. I don't see it necessarily as, like, accurate to the experience of jazz school whatsoever. I just see it as this wild fucking ride of a movie, and I love it so much. It's terrible. Horrible. Oh my god, the things that come out of J.K. Simmons' mouth, I can never go back. I can never unhear the things he says, because holy fucking shit. Like, he's a terrible person. This movie's just about terrible people, but it is compelling, I will give you that. Also, I just fucking love the line. What the fuck was that one line about Johnny Utah? That line just fucking rips. It was so fucking funny. Hang on. Where is it? Fuck off, Johnny Utah. Turn my pages, bitch. I fucking love that line so much. It's so funny a lot of the time because it's like, holy shit, that would never happen. Yeah, no. None of that would have happened. There would not have been a setup where J.K. Simmons is berating 3 guys for not drumming a solo well enough. Or what was it? The fucking tempo? I can't remember. He would not be doing, there would not be nobody doing that to the point where their hands are fucking bleeding. Like, good God. None of that would have happened. There's no way that the fucking main character would have survived the car crash either. Like he just got up and kept going. Covered in blood. Turn my pages, bitch. Yeah, it is so funny. Whiplash was so good. I don't want to watch it again, but at the same time, I want to watch it again. It's like a heart attack. That movie's like a heart attack, and also Whiplash at the same time. Which is why it probably was called Whiplash. Also, I do think that, like, La La Land was a significant drop-off for Damien Chazelle from Whiplash. I know that, like, he wasn't aiming to do a movie similar to Whiplash. I don't fucking care. I'm not spoiling the whole movie. I'm giving in, like, people aren't gonna know, like, what the fuck I mean when you say you got in a car crash. Like, what do you mean you got in a car crash? Figure it out for yourself. Go watch it for yourself. Actually, be careful when watching Whiplash, by the way. There's a lot of slurs that are sung in it. None are racist. There was an anti-Semitic slur in there, though. and a lot of homophobic slurs, unfortunately, by J.K. Simmons mostly. So please be careful. There's also a lot of sequences where the camera moves really fast, so that might be considered like flashing lights. So if you want to watch Whiplash, just be careful. I'm begging of you to go in there cautious. You're in for a ride. Ryan Gosling's character in La La Land pisses me off too much for me to enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, I liked it in the moment, but in hindsight, I'm like, this movie, what the fuck was that? All the practice scenes are so funny to me because, like, nobody would ever practice like that. Yeah. I figured. The unreality of Whiplash. But yeah, it was like a significant drop-off, and I get that he wasn't trying to do the same thing as he did with Whiplash, but it still felt like a drop-off, and there was only like one sequence that was reminiscent of Whiplash, which was like the camera going back and forth with her like dancing and him doing the piano. But I hated it. I was just like, okay, and I'm supposed to care about these characters. Why? I cared more about the fucking characters in Whiplash than I did in La La Land. I hope that Damien Chazelle makes another movie, though, in the same vein as Whiplash, though, because I genuinely liked it. We also, my girlfriend and I just made so many jokes about J.K. Simmons afterwards. Also, there was a sequence that there was a scene that talked about John and Paul, and I fucking, like, got up out of my chair. I was like, God damn it! Of course the fucking music movie's gonna mention the fucking Beatles in some way, god damn it. Blah! So, there's that as well. It portrays perfectionism and obsession the way it, excuse me, god, I can't read. Portrays perfectionism and obsession is very good, though, I'll give it that, yeah. Very, very good. Anyway, the next one we watched wasn't a movie, it was a documentary. We watched Paris is Burning, which I enjoyed a fair bit, given I know, going into it, I already knew a fair bit about, like, ballroom culture and, voguing and drag culture, as well as, like, the scene. Also, hello, welcome in. I already knew about that particular scene for the most part because of, like, just, like, being ingrained in that specific type of scene and, like, researching it a whole bunch for, like, years and years and years. My girlfriend, however, knew nothing about, like, ballroom culture and all of that, so I was like, oh, well, this will be a okay movie to watch to like, get a gist of it. You're not gonna get the whole shebang, of course, but, it did okay. It was a good, ish documentary. We watched it without subtitles, though, so we kind of had a hard time understanding people, because we have a tendency to, like, talk over movies sometimes, because we like making commentary, but, yeah, it was interesting. Hello. Oh, Crow Guy, hello. It's been so long. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, I missed your thing, Leah. I felt more bad for Melissa Benoit's character than I did any of the actual main characters, though. She was only like 2 scenes. Yeah, I felt bad for her too, to be fair. But yeah, Paris is Burning. It's a good documentary to give, like, a snapshot of the queer scene in New York at that time period, for the most part. I will say, if you are going to watch, like, Paris is Burning has been lauded as, like, a good LGBT documentary for, like, a long time, but I will say, and if I'm wrong about this, then please, someone feel free to correct me, but from what I remember, the documentarian who made Paris is Burning did not give any residuals to any of the people featured in the documentary itself, and because she went through the film festival circuit scene with this film, she did not give residuals to any of them, any person that was featured in the documentary. And there were a lot of complaints filed about it, because she kind of also gave a specific, like, biased point of view, a biased lens to the specific scene, and didn't give any, like, pushback on specific aspects of it. So just if you want to watch like a relic, I guess, or just get an idea of what it was like to exist in the LGBT scene at that time period, I do recommend this documentary, but just understand that with that context, if that makes any sense. Like, you can't just, like, I don't want you to just go in there without understanding what went on behind the scenes of this documentary. First, because, like, good God, yeah, I've heard good things about Paris is Burning forever, so just, like, go in with that in mind. I'm not saying it's a bad documentary per se, I'm not saying it's condemnable, I'm just saying it's, like, a product of a bias-y that was left unchecked, and also the people weren't fairly compensated for it, especially because a lot of people that were featured in the documentary are poor, queer, black, trans women, or poor, queer, black drag queens, or just poor, queer, black people in general were featured in that documentary. And they were living in, like, you know, like, they were struggling to pay bills and stuff, and so to hear they didn't get compensated for it is just sad. Truthfully, it is very sad. So, yeah. It's a pretty good documentary overall, but just understand that going in. Also, there is a death in that documentary. It's not shown, it's just mentioned, and it's like a blink and you'll miss it kind of ordeal if you really aren't paying attention, which is kind of, not even kind of, very upsetting, especially because it was a trans woman that was brutalized in that documentary, that was interviewed and then died during the filming of it. So just, yeah, just a heads up about that as well. And then afterward, I watched Secretary. One of my mutuals, God bless him, recommended Secretary because he was talking about it. We were like in the tags of a post that they reblogged, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll give it a go. And I see the summary of it, and I'm like, oh dear. And then I start watching it, this near 2-hour-long nightmare, and I was like, oh. And then I got to the end of it, and I was like, well, I hope you're not mad at me, because I really don't like it very much. Because the premise of it is this woman gets out of a mental asylum for supposedly attempting self-harm, and she needs a job, so she goes to an interview to be a law clerk, a lawyer, I said law clerk, a lawyer's secretary, and she gets the job, and, well, unconsensual BDSM happens. It was a very uncomfortable watch, I will say that much. Also, it was my first movie with James Spader in it. I've known of James Spader for a while. He's like a film darling to a lot of people. A lot of people love James Spader. I was like, does he always play weird little dudes? Is that his appeal? Is that why people like him? He just plays weird little dudes? Because he played a weird little dude in this movie, and he made me very uncomfortable. Like, I was just sat there the whole time like, if he did that to me, I would have called HR and filed a complaint. Because holy fucking shit. Like, I also just was not very comfortable with the way they portrayed the main character's suicidality and, like, tendencies towards self-harm in the movie, really, because, like, I don't know, it just seemed like a quirk in a way, almost. It really wasn't treated properly in my eyes, especially given, like, I grew up around people who self-harmed using, like, you know, blades and stuff. There was a particular scene where she went to go cut on the back of her thighs, on the back of her calves, which is, like, I've never heard of that before. I've never really heard of that before. I've seen it on like the tops of thighs or even close to the shins or whatever, but I have never heard of or seen anyone do that before. Mostly because it would be an inconvenience, because you would have to sit down and you would feel the cuts and it would hurt, I would think. You could, like, it's, yeah, I don't know. I was like, what? Huh? Kink stuff's always portrayed in movies as like a product of mental illness or something fucked up and scary, and it's very frustrating to me. Yeah, I think in this movie it's like a result of. Am I feeding you pink? Peak? I guess feeding you pink. No, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this movie. A lot of people were like, oh, 50 Shades of Grey could never. Oh, 50 Shades of Grey ripped off this movie. Especially because the lawyer's name is Mr. Grey. Which is very funny to me. But honest to God, those are two separate movies. Because, like, the subject matter and also this movie came out way before 50 Shades of Grey did. And, like, the BDSM in both of these movies are terrible. They're not accurately portrayed, like, whatsoever. Also, just, like, I am gonna spoil one part of the movie because I think it's necessary, especially if you are interested in this movie. It just comes out of left field, and it might just startle some people. I will warn you. So, she makes a mistake. She's using a typewriter to type up this lawyer's legal documents. And she makes a few typos and spelling errors. And he has her go to his office and has her bend over the table to look at the document and read it aloud to him, what it says. And as she's doing that, he spanks her. Out of left field. Did not ask for that. I would have left immediately. I would have been like, oh, you are not laying a hand on my... I wouldn't have even bent over the table. I was like, what is fucking happening? It happens like twice in the movie. But the second time is like far more sexually charged. In all fairness, it's not difficult to be a better movie than 50 Shades of Grey. That's fair. I will say though, okay. This is the thing that got me the most. The soundtrack is great. I love the soundtrack for this movie. But the person in charge of the soundtrack was Angelo Badalamenti, which I was like, what the fuck? You mean the Angelo Badalamenti from Twin Peaks? Of Twin Peaks fame, famously collaborated with the guys to make Twin Peaks. I was like, what is he doing making the soundtrack for this movie? Huh? I was so completely confused. I was like, well, at least I got a good soundtrack to look forward to, and I did. The soundtrack for this movie is incredible. So, yeah, not much else to say about Secretary. I could rant forever about the terrible self-harm representation in this movie and how the rest of it is just schlock, and it makes me very uncomfortable, but I will spare you all from that conversation. So we're gonna move on. Plus, I got quite a lot more movies to talk about, and I don't want this stream to just be me talking about movies. Because I kind of want to do, like, a chill Q&A after this. It is like that. A lot of the times, go-to composers score shitty off of movies. It truly is tragic. Oh, Angelo Badalamenti, my beloved. Anyway. The next movie we watched was Black Swan. And this was... I watched this with my girlfriend on the same day I came home from my last day at work and had my breakdown. So this was the same day. We watched Black Swan. This was a repeat watch for me because I hadn't seen Black Swan since I was 14, I think. 13, 14, 15, around that age bracket. So I hadn't seen it in like over a decade, and I was like, shit, man. I mean, why not? Well, it was her choice. She picked it out. Most of these movies she picked out, except for like, yeah, she picked those ones out. So she picked this one. She was like, "Oh, we might as well watch this." Prime mental state to be in for Black Swan. I had the worst day. Had a breakdown. Not doing great, and I was fretting about work stuff. Came home. I was like, "Fuck it. What are we gonna watch? Black Swan? Okay." So we watched Black Swan, and like, I'm gonna be so honest, this movie doesn't live up to how I remember it being. Because the intensity of it kind of is gone for me. And I know that June felt the same way. But, like, it was a lot more intense when I watched it for the first time. When I was, like, 14. Like, of course, Black Swan is infamous for the meme that came out of it where... Oh, what is her name? God, all these actresses look the same. What is her name? Hang on. Natalie Portman? Natalie Portman. Natalie Portman is looking in a mirror and it just says horror scrawled across it. If you ever seen that meme, that is from this movie. So you're welcome. I've told you the origin of that meme. If you ever wanted to know where it came from. To me, Perfect Blue is like all the same stuff as Black Swan, but executed better and more concisely. Exactly! If you want a good movie and you were not satisfied by Black Swan, just watch Perfect Blue. Perfect Blue is incredible. Please. I love Perfect Blue. Yeah, it is basically... Black Swan, in essence, is kind of like Perfect Blue, except it doesn't focus on the J-pop idol industry to actress pipeline. It focuses more in on the ballerina angle, wherein Natalie Portman is a prima ballerina, and it's like a legacy thing because her mom was also a prima ballerina, and she's starring as the Swan Princess and the Black Swan in a production of Swan Lake, because the director has decided that the roles should be the same person for some fucking reason. Insane. That guy is insane. I hate that guy. He was very intensely sexually harassing her, and it was very uncomfortable. Also, Mila Kunis is in this fucking movie, and every time I saw her, I was like, oh, duh, jump scare, just because I thought about her defending, what was his name? That British guy with Ashton Kutcher. Like, her and Ashton Kutcher were defending that one British guy that got complaints about sexually harassing people that I can't remember his fucking name, but I see him in my head. I just can't remember his fucking name. So every time I saw her, I was like, ah! Freaking the fuck out. I was like, Jesus Christ, Mila Kunis, get away. Despite all my grievances with it, Natalie Portman's performance is very, very good. Oh, yes, she does a phenomenal job in this movie. Also, Winona Ryder is in this movie, and I didn't realize that immediately. I was like, oh, that woman kind of sounds like, Winona Ryder a little bit when I saw her. I was like, oh, she kind of sounds like her. She also kind of looks like her. And then I looked at the cast list and I was like, wait a fucking second. That is Winona Ryder. So, unexpected Winona Ryder cameo. Oh, Winona Ryder, my beloved. I love her so fucking much. I was so happy to see her. I was like, oh my god! Winona Ryder! I love you, queen. It's a mind fuck of a movie if you watch it for the first time going in, not really knowing what to expect. It's very fast paced. It goes by simultaneously very fast and very slow. It's just like going on with it. It's just it's a hell of a movie, I will say. But also, the biggest grievance that I have with this movie, other than, like, most of it, is the biggest thing was the unexpected, just random sex scene in it. Just, like, sapphic sex scene in it that just felt unnecessary. I was like, Okay, Darren Aronofsky, you just wanted to see those two kiss and fuck, I guess. Okay, I just felt forced, unnecessary. I get the symbolism behind what the hell it was going on with it, but it was still like, I was like, okay, sure. The ending is still pretty effective, though, I will say. The ending is the only thing I remembered of Black Swan, but yeah. Also, if you want a good thing with ballet in it, and you're interested in anime, may I interest you in Princess Tutu? I love Princess Tutu. It's a very good anime series. And it's got ballet in it, and it's very well done. Please watch Princess Tutu. Sapphic sexy made for the male gaze, alas. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Unfortunate. Anyway, that was all I gotta say about Black Swan. It's... Oh, this is also the movie we kept making Whiplash jokes in. June and I were the whole time, we're just like, what if J.K. Simmons was the ballet director? And he just kept... we just, at occasionally, at scenes, we're just like, not my tempo. That's the big one we did. Whiplash jokes about. Very funny. Anyway, next movie we watched was Anguish, which was a movie that I got recommended from Tim from Marble Hornets, from a live stream that he was on, where he was interviewed with other people who did Slenderverse stuff. He recommended Anguish as one of his favorite horror movies. Very similar movie to Whiplash. Yes, it is. And I hadn't heard of this movie before. At first I thought it was going to be entirely in Spanish, but, like, no, it's not. Also, it's... yeah. It's the Anguish stars, Zelda Rubinstein, Princess Tutu. You can... I'm sure it's on Crunchyroll, but if you know where to look... Anyway. Anguish stars Zelda Rubinstein. If that name sounds even somewhat familiar to you, then you will know her as someone from the Poltergeist movies. If you ever saw her, she was like the psychic, I think. I believe she was a psychic. God, it's been so long since I've seen Poltergeist, so I'm just trying to, like, scan my brain and be like, what was the roles in this movie? I can't remember. I didn't really care for Poltergeist. Anyway, so English was the weirdest movie we watched. I'm upset. Anguish was a weird movie. Sorry, gosh, I'm getting distracted. We liked it initially for a specific concept that it was going for, but then it got meta, and it was very distracting, to say the least. I mean, we both differ in terms of, like, our general reactions to it. She did not like it very much. I say it was good in terms of concept. In execution, it could have been a little bit better. I think it could have been... had one of the characters not been so whiny, I think I would have liked it a bit better. And maybe if the meta-narrative of it was established in the beginning, and then not... I don't know. Maybe I'm just speaking out of my ass. Maybe I need to watch it again to get a better perspective. I'm probably missing something. I don't know. Tim really liked it. I hate that I didn't really care for it much, which is, maybe our vibe in terms of stuff we like is just different. I'm so sorry, Tim. I've let you down. I'm sorry. I didn't like the movie you recommended. I will say, though, Zelda Rubinstein's performance in it was incredible. She does a great job at playing this oppressive mother figure that's a central focus to the narrative. Yeah. I don't know. If you want to give it a go, it's out there for you to watch. It's a hard movie to track down, though, from what I understand. But, like, if you can find it, then I would suggest you give it a go yourself to make a judgment call on it. All of these movies, you should at least try them and base your own opinions on them rather than listening to me ramble about them and forming your opinions based on that. Always try something. Unless I say to not watch stuff, then don't. Yeah, anyway, that was not a lot. You gotta get sideburns and start chain smoking like him. Yeah, I gotta grow out sideburns, bro. Let's just start sneaking my parents' cigarettes. If I didn't have fucked lungs, then I would do that. I'm kidding. No, don't smoke. Don't smoke. Don't smoke. Don't start it. It's not worth it. I'm joking. I grew up in a house of smokers, so please do not smoke. Anyway. Then the day after Christmas, this was a recommendation from one of my friends that's not online, that actually is my IRL friend that I've known since middle school. They recommended Black Christmas, which I had heard of before, but was hesitant because horror movies and Christmas don't really gel very well together. And, it's kind of a coincidence that I watched this, because it was either a few days before or a few days after that Olivia Hussey died, and she was the main character of Black Christmas. You may also know her from the 1960s adaptation of Romeo and Juliet, which is very much a shame. She was incredible. Very incredible actress, so, it was a shame that we lost her. She was only 74, I think. She was very not that old. Hello, welcome in, welcome. I'm just talking about a bunch of the movies that I watched on my break. Black Christmas was actually not that bad. This was the movie that I watched by myself. Secretary and Black Christmas are movies that I watched by myself. Yeah, I've heard of, there's 2 remakes apparently of Black Christmas that sucked. The original one apparently is way better, and I'm not gonna watch the remakes to make that judgment because I trust people who say that the remakes suck. But I did really quite like Black Christmas. I thought it was very goofy, but also very good. I actually quite liked it. Olivia Hussey was definitely the stick out in the movie. And also, I kept getting distracted in the plot because one of the characters' names is Mr. Harrison. And I was like, oh, no, I was like, damn it, it's George, because I heard Harrison, I was like, fuck, damn, this is gonna distract me the whole movie, isn't it? And it did, what is it? So, I didn't actually expect the setting of this movie whatsoever. It takes place in a sorority house, which I was like, oh, that's unique, I didn't expect that, and it also has, the conversations of abortion in this movie, which I was aware of. Yeah. I didn't expect the conversations around abortion either. I was like, oh, I heard about it, but I just didn't expect it to the extent that it went in, and it's surprisingly relevant for a movie that came out in 1974. It's still surprisingly relevant when it comes to the topic of abortion, sadly. But it was very good, very eerie, very unsettling, especially with, like, the phone calls that happened in this movie. Oh my god, they were terrifying. I was on edge the whole damn time. The sorority mother who just was sneaking alcohol at every turn and grabbing alcohol bottles out of random places was kind of funny. She grabbed a bottle from the top of a toilet. Like underneath the lid where the water is. It was very gross. I was like, why did you put your alcohol there? when they meet a guy named... Stop! I have a game of word association I play, so anytime any specific name is brought up from the Beatles, I get, like, what the fuck? Summer in my country and my house is so hot. I'm so sorry. Well, you're gonna get winter soon, because we're getting out of winter here shortly. In, like, March, I think. But yeah, it was a pretty solid movie. And it ended on a cliffhanger. Very eerie credits scene as well. Pretty solid movie, I will say. So if you might be interested in that, go, yeah. I'd say give it a go. It is very brutal, though, I will say, in a lot of aspects, especially toward women. This movie is very especially brutal, so just heed caution. Take caution whilst, viewing this movie. And then there's 3 more for December. I'll try my best to blaze through them. This whole section has just been me talking about movies. I'm so sorry. I watched a lot of movies. Not as much as when I watched that whole block every single day in July. That was a lot of movies. Anyway, next movie we watched was with June, with my girlfriend. We watched The Swan Princess, the animated movie from 1994, which was one of my favorites growing up. I watched it a lot. I had it on VHS and I had it on DVD. I nabbed the VHS from my grandma when I was younger, watched it repeatedly, and you know, in hindsight, I watched it the same day as Black Christmas, which is very funny. Despite how fun they can be, often be, slashers are unfortunately frequently have misogynistic undertones. Yeah. Yeah. This one, like, it was one of those movies that I watched that wasn't a Disney princess movie that I deeply enjoyed and I loved to death. But watching it now that I'm older, I'm like, oh man, the magic's just kind of gone. There's so much of it I remembered, though, which it was nice. I just was like, yeah, I don't know. The side characters were unnecessary and very obnoxious. There was a frog that had a very unconvincing French accent, which was very funny. And I think there was a puffin that also had a very unconvincing Scottish accent, which is even funnier. And the plot and the premise of it just was, like, a lot. And didn't make sense at points. But, I mean, it was a fun ride down, nostalgia lane for me. Because I was like, God, it's been so long since I watched this movie. It's a musical too, so there's a lot of musical numbers in it, and one of them in particular, I was like, oh, this is my favorite song, yippee! And I just sat and let us listen to it. Normally I sing along to musical numbers if I know them, in movies that we watch that are musicals, which is rare, because my girlfriend doesn't like musicals, but, yeah. I don't know, yeah, I don't know. My childhood luster kind of faded off watching this movie, and I was like, how unfortunate. I also could tell they reused a lot of animation in it too, low budget ordeal, they just didn't have a lot of money to do specific animation, so they just reused a lot of cells, which is fine, but it was also just very noticeable. Anyway, that's all I gotta say about that one. There's not a lot I can say about the Swan Princess, really. The next movie we watched was a ride. It was just very confusing. It was called Brick, which we both thought was, like, talking about, like, a brick, like a clay brick, you know, you make houses with. No, that is not at all what that title means, and I won't spoil what it means specifically, but, this movie's got Joseph Gordon-Levitt in it, whom I think is a pretty stellar actor. Trying to think if he did anything bad, if he's a Zionist or not, and I can't think of that. If he is, then I'm sorry. But I've always liked Joseph Gordon-Levitt in roles, though I wasn't very fond of his role in 10 Things I Hate About You, because it was unnecessary, but he still did a pretty good job. He did an okay job in this one, although I kept making comments about the fact that he had fucking glasses that were very similar to John's little tiny grandma glasses. Very distracting. There was a lot of lingo in this movie that just was confusing. I also kind of figured out they were in the Midwest because they used yins a lot. I forget what specific area uses yins as like a way to refer to you. I know it's somewhere in the Midwest though. Kind of figured that out pretty quickly. It had a lot in common with Twin Peaks. It felt very Twin Peaks-esque in terms of the story it was trying to tell, with this girl who's central to the narrative and Joseph Gordon-Levitt trying to figure out what happened to her because she was an important person in his life. But it also was fast-paced, kind of an ode to neo-noir movies that just really kind of... It went very fast. The movie went very, 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 very fast. And it didn't take a lot of time to linger on anything. It didn't take any time. It didn't take the time to, like, let the audience sink in the story. It just was like, blink, up, we're on to the next scene. Blink, up, we're on to the next scene. Also, the main character is supposed to be in high school. He hardly attended class. I was like, are you even going to school, buddy? I'm getting rambunctious. I need to tone it down a little bit. It was crazy, this movie was. I personally found it unique, at least. I've not really watched neo-noir films, nor noir films, really. But, I would say, though, this movie should have been like a TV series as opposed to a movie, because it could have taken more time to develop the characters and the setting a little bit more. Have it be a better introduction for the audience rather than this short 1 hour, half an hour long movie. However long it was. I can't remember. It just went by so fucking fast, and it's like a blip in my brain. I was like, fuck, well... Yeah, my girlfriend did not really like this movie at all, and this was the movie that burnt her out on movies for a bit there. So, I mean, if you're interested in watching Brick, I mean, go for it, but just, like, be warned, you're jumped into it immediately. There is no warming up, you're in it. You're going. It also had some pretty unique camera angles, I will say. It was fascinating. Anyway, then the last movie I watched for December was The Wall, Pink Floyd's The Wall, which is the movie version of the album of the same name. I'd been meaning to watch. I watched this one by myself. I also watched this on New Year's Eve, which was bad. This was what put me in the worst fucking mood possible. Depressed the fuck out of me. Made me cry. But I loved it. I loved this movie. I also really just, I'm very biased, I guess, because I already kind of really like Pink Floyd, and I've been desperately wanting to watch The Wall for a really long time, because I also really wanted an excuse to listen to The Wall, the album. And my girlfriend wouldn't watch this movie with me, which is fair, but I'm also kind of sad that we didn't watch it together. Oh my god, this movie was so heavy, that movie was. If you are thinking of watching The Wall, be cautious. Also, if you have photosensitive epilepsy, don't watch The Wall. There are a lot of sequences in the movie where there are a lot of fast-paced visuals and flashing lights that are very intense. So, no, do not watch The Wall if you have photosensitive epilepsy and are prone to seizures. So, no. That's a big no, which is sad. But other than that, this movie heavily talks about, like, World War II, the Blitz, Thatcherism, and, like, Margaret Thatcher's fascism in the UK, which there's also a lot of slur usage in this movie, unfortunately, because of its portrayal of Thatcherism. There is racism in this movie that's filed underneath the Thatcherism of it, and a lot of fascism and anti-Semitism. Violence, there's a lot of violence. There's also self-harm in this movie. It's a heavy film. There's a lot of intense visuals as well. So it's just heavy. I've never seen The Wall. I'm a fake musician. Don't worry. You're not a fake musician if you haven't seen The Wall. I hadn't seen The Wall forever. I didn't even realize there was a movie for The Wall until, like, earlier last year. I had no idea. I knew about the album. Also, I forgot my dad has a VHS of The Wall. I completely forgot my dad has a copy of it, but I can't play it on VHS player because it's broken, but... God, the movie is just so intense. It's just, it's a lot. It's desolate. There also is, like, a plot in it. The main character's name is Pink, and it's, like, he's a down-on-his-luck rock star who's, like, struggling with his mental health and, drugs and a bunch of other stuff, and his marriage is crumbled. His wife left him, and there's this, like, multifaceted look at how he feels about the dissolution of his marriage, and how he feels in both parts, like, content and doesn't hold much resentment for his ex-wife, but also she's, like, the worst person imaginable for having divorced him, and she's a monster. It's interesting to see this, like, psyche of a person. And of course, a lot of this is, like, Roger Waters' analysis of his own life, so in many aspects, I guess you could say that Pink is, like, an insert for Roger Waters himself. But, oh my god. A lot of, like, I cried watching Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, that whole sequence. Oh my god. I cried watching that part because, like, that part in specific is talking about the school system of the 1950s in England, and of course my own experiences don't necessarily translate to that specific experience because they were still caning kids back then and using them if they were what is the word I'm looking for? Misbehaving, as a means to correct their behavior. Yeah, it was a lot. It was like very much an hour and a half beat down. That whole fucking movie was. Of course, I mean, I've seen, at this point, I've seen a fair few movies that have mentionings of wars in them, mostly the Vietnam War, but I think this was the first movie that I watched that ever really talked about World War II and the fallout of World War II and the impact that it had on people in the aftermath, especially the newer generation, and them having to maneuver through this world post-World War II where the economy is different and there's a whole bunch of death lingering, especially the Blitz as well for those in the UK, and maneuvering through this new world that is just completely different. There's so much I could talk about when it comes to The Wall, but I'll save it for now because, like, I've already been talking forever about movies, but I liked it, even if it did depress me afterwards and put me in the most foul mood imaginable on New Year's Eve. I was in the worst mental state of my life on New Year's Eve because of The Wall. I was stuck in bed watching this movie on my TV. I was like, well, what am I supposed to do with my life now? I was like, damn. God. Alright. But yeah, those are all the movies I watched in December. I could also, look, I guess I've been talking forever, but also, do you guys want to hear some of the movies that I watched in January? If you don't, that's fine. I'm just asking, in case you guys want me to move on. But I do briefly kind of want to go over all the movies that I watched, which hasn't been a lot. There's like 4, I think, at least 4 movies that I watched currently in January. Oh no. Much of the best art is made specifically to ruin your day. It truly, truly is. Oh, I'm gonna have to answer this in a second. I got an ask in my inbox. I'm scrolling through Tumblr, guys. It's Court's Movie Hour. I'm locked in. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Hang on. What was it they asked? I'm distracted. I'm sorry. I got an ask on Tumblr that I want to answer later, so I'm gonna try to make a note. And then... Got it. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll answer it later. Alright. Movie Hour with your good buddy Quartz. Some of these movies are recommendations, some of them are not. Like, all the ones that I talked about, out of all the movies I talked about in December, I would recommend probably Whiplash, Paris is Burning, Black Christmas, and maybe The Wall. If you want desolation in your life, then I recommend The Wall. I'm kidding. Kind of. If you want to feel depressed for an hour and a half. Also, I forgot the main staple of fucking this movie. Bob Geldof is in this movie. Which, if you don't know my lore, fucking Live Aid has been following me forever. Ever since I did that report on Live Aid, it's been following me. And guess who organized Live Aid? Fucking Bob Geldof of the Boomtown Rats. So Bob Geldof is in this movie. Is in The Wall. Bob Geldof, please. I cannot forget Bob Geldof anyway. I crave desolation. Well, you're in for an intense kind of desolation then if you go in and, shit. Anyway. Anyway, oh my god, I got so distracted by a thing I saw. Right. I've only watched 4 movies. What is going on? What is happening? Stop oh my god. Someone keeps sending me shit in my inbox and it's fucking distracting me. I don't know who is doing that. Stop it. Oh my god, anyway. I've only watched 4 movies so far in January. And most of them, half of them are stinkers. 2 of them I watched at the beginning of the year have a pattern to them, and I don't know if I did that intentionally. Anyway, right, so the first movie I watched on the very first day of the new year was Irreversible, which is a movie that I had heard about. Was recommended by a bunch of, like, horror movie channels that I don't watch, but in general, it's just a highly regarded movie in certain circles. And the only thing I knew about this movie is that it's filmed backwards. So the end is the beginning and the beginning is the end. And that's the only thing I knew about this movie. And then I went into it. Well, there's one other thing that is important to the movie that I knew about going in as well. And I hated this movie. I hated it so much. Terrible movie. do not watch this. And I mean this with my whole heart. Even if you are a little bit curious about this movie, do not fucking watch it. First of all, if you are prone to seizures because of photosensitive epilepsy, do not watch this movie. And I mean that sincerely. This isn't a goof. This isn't a gaffe. I am not joking. Do not watch this movie if you are prone to seizures because of photosensitive epilepsy. There are scenes in this movie with very, very intense flashing lights that will trigger seizures. So do not watch it. Especially at the very end of the movie, there is a very, very, very fast flashing sequence for no fucking reason. It was so bad it made me nauseous, and I'm not prone to seizures, nor do I have photosensitive epilepsy. It made me nauseous. I had to look away. So no, do not watch this movie if you have photosensitive epilepsy and are prone to seizures. I'm telling you that for your own good, okay? I do not want you to get a seizure because of this movie. Just don't watch it at all. And the second reason why I do not recommend this movie, other than it being utter dog shit, is there is a 9-minute long sequence in the middle of this movie that is a very graphic rape scene. So do not watch this movie. Like, I'm not, look, like, when this is a rape revenge film. But this film does not treat its rape victim with respect in the slightest. It did this sequence for the sake of shock and because it could. And that is the main difference between this movie and other, like, rape revenge films that do the victim justice. And, like, I'm not saying I'm against media that has discussions about rape. I'm not. I think it's important that we talk about rape. It's a very common occurrence, unfortunately, and we deserve to definitely have conversations about that, especially in media. However, there is a lot of media out there that has these discussions of rape, but just, like, are not good. And this is unfortunately one of them. Non-linear storytelling is the quickest way to get film bros to talk about you like you're the reincarnation of Christ himself. It doesn't matter how you execute it or how good your movie is, yeah, unfortunately. I definitely don't want to watch it. Yeah, do not. I saw this on Shudder, and I was curious. I was like, oh, how bad could it be? Oh boy, I did not know what I was in for. It also is a weirdly kind of pro-life-ish movie where I don't even fucking care that I'm spoiling it. There's a part in the very end, which is the beginning, that you learn that the woman who was the rape victim was pregnant. That's the whole shock of the rape scene that you learn later, is that she was pregnant and got raped and went into a coma and most likely died. It's brutal. For the sake of just being brutal to a woman. It is horrible. The camera doesn't cut away at all during the rape. It is shown in its entirety. It was disgusting. It was horrible, and I felt sick watching it. Which I guess was the intended effect, so good. Congrats, movie. You got me to be sick. Great. Awesome. Also very transphobic and homophobic, too, this movie was. There's a trans woman in this movie that is interrogated, and she has to reveal the fact that she is a trans woman, but she does it by showing off her genitalia, to which she is called an abundance of slurs for no reason. It was horrific and awful. A lot of homophobic slurs slung at gay men. They go into a gay bar and brutalize gay people because they're specifically looking for the person that committed the rape who retreated into a gay bar. They also, these two men that are the main characters of this movie, you're supposed to feel some kind of emotion for. I hated the both of them. Also, really racist to a taxi driver who was Asian. Was it just to show how awful these people are? I guess so. I don't know. It felt unnecessary. I was like, damn, is this the Slur Olympics? I guess so. Graphic essay scenes pretty much always taint my view of a movie. It's part of why I hate Clockwork Orange. Yep, that's totally fair. Oh, fuck this movie, oh my god. Yeah, I know. That same trans woman that gets violated, by the way, is also briefly shown before the rape scene, wherein she is also assaulted too, by the same guy. Not in the same manner, but still was violating. So, fuck that woman in particular, I guess. That was horrific. Yep. I hated this movie. Wasted an hour and a half of my life. I don't know why I finished this fucking movie at all. As a trans person, I'm staying the hell away from that. Yeah. There's multiple reasons to stay away from this movie. Like, the racism, the transphobia, the homophobia, the brutalization of a woman through a very graphic rape scene, the random pro-life messaging that's squeezed in there somewhere, the weirdly invasive conversation that goes on for way too long with this guy who's an ex-boyfriend of this woman who was assaulted, keeps asking her about her sex life with her boyfriend, and also the intense flashing lights that are in it for no reason. Trying to be artsy-fartsy? No, you're just making me nauseous and also triggering people's seizures for no fucking reason without giving a ample warning. Shudder. I watched this off of Shudder. Shudder, you should have given a fucking flashing lights warning, because holy fucking shit, people are gonna watch this movie and not know there's intense flashing lights in it, especially at the very end where it's just flashing so fucking fast. People are not gonna know that unless they like research it ahead of time, which most people don't do. So Shudder, do yourself a favor and give a seizure warning, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. Hell, even the people who made this movie should have given a seizure warning. Like, god, that's horrible. It's just so unnecessary to call someone a name just because they're LGBTQ, yeah. Definitely staying away, never gonna search it up. Good. No warning. No, none whatsoever. I get this movie was in like 2002, but still. It's not like seizures are a recent development. Also, Shudder, in general, if there's flashing lights, you should give a warning of some sort. So that you can fucking let people know that there's flashing lights. I don't get it. It's not spoiling shit if you're telling people there's flashing lights, there's sequences with flashing lights. You are saving people from triggering a seizure unknowingly. Please do yourself some good here. Movies like that always act like they're making some profound point about morality, but they're just all celebrating nastiness. Some movies do it effectively, some movies do not, and unfortunately this movie falls into the one that doesn't do it effectively and is just making a movie for the sake of making a movie. Some people might differ from my opinion and say that, like, it's a good movie in spite of the fact that it was so horrifically graphic and a lot of its gratuitous violence and bigotry. And, like, whatever, you can have that opinion, I don't give a fuck. I personally just did not find it to be very entertaining, and in fact just made me feel disgusted. I'm sorry, no seizure warning? They probably sent at least a few people to the ER. Yeah. I mean, this movie's been out for 2 decades at this point. And as far as I know, that this is only a recent acquisition by Shudder, but still, Shudder, hey, give a fucking seizure warning. Just you can insert your fucking logo before your fucking movies. Why don't you put a fucking seizure warning, dude? I'm just saying, it's not gonna kill you. Just to be like, hey, before you proceed with this movie, we would like to inform you that certain sequences, especially toward the end, have intense flashing lights. So those prone to those with photosensitive epilepsy prone to seizures should stay cautious when watching this movie, or not watch it at all. It's not that hard to give a warning. Like, I gave you guys a warning, and it wasn't that hard to be like, hey, don't watch this movie, you will get a seizure from it. Good God, that fucking makes me so mad. That's the thing I was the most mad about when I was done with the movie, like, not thinking about plot stuff. I was like, why the fuck wasn't there a seizure warning on this shit? I didn't know that there was gonna be that intense of flashing lights. Good lord, anyway. I'm gonna be done talking about this particular nightmare of a movie, because I could go off about it forever and be mad, and I don't want to be mad anymore. I want to move on with my life and forget about Irreversible because that was the worst way to start the year. Unfortunately, the second movie I watched was also, it's better, but very upsetting still. The next movie I watched was Mysterious Skin, which is a movie I haven't watched in quite a number of years. The last time I watched it was with someone that I was friends with at the time, and we had to shut the movie off after a certain point because it was very triggering. This is not a movie I can recommend in good faith. Why is it so hard to implement a seizure warning? You could have saved lives and saved a lawsuit, probably. I don't know if there's been a lawsuit. I don't doubt it, but also, yeah, I agree with you. But I cannot recommend Mysterious Skin in good faith. I mean, I love this movie, which is rough to say, but... okay, I have a history with Mysterious Skin. I first watched it when I was 15, 14, 15, around then, probably 15, and it fucked me up really badly. And then I watched it again. I've watched it on and off for years now. The last time I watched it was probably like 5-6 years ago. And like I said, we had to turn it off because of a specific sequence, which I will detail. And that's totally fair. But, I've seen it multiple times and I love it. But I also just, it fucks me up. It's a movie that fucks me up really, really badly. If you ever want a movie that just renders me speechless and just completely, like, I'm gone mentally, that's the movie that'll do it. That is the movie that will fuck me up for days afterward. I'm still thinking about it, and it's been like a week or so since I saw it. It fucked me up bad. It's genuinely one of those movies that I think about. It haunts me. Also, I need to get the book, because I kind of want to read the book and see, like, the differences. I didn't realize that this was an adaptation of a book for the longest time. I will not recommend this movie in good faith, mostly because the plot details, pedophilia and CSA. Not in detail. It's not gratuitous, I will say that much. It is very much, they don't show anything happening to the kids. They don't show anything happening to the kids with an adult. Like, there's nothing shown on screen. It's implied, and it's like, it cuts away. It doesn't show anything. So the kids weren't put in any situations whatsoever, so don't worry about that. But it is well done. I think it does the topic at hand justice. It's also a Greg Araki film, which, if you know who Greg Araki is, he's got a specific kind of film style that he does. It was also my first Greg Araki film that I watched, and I adore it, and it's what turned me on to his movies, and I do quite like Greg Araki films. I want to watch more of them, though. But Mysterious Skin, for those of you curious, is about two different boys. I always forget what the fuck the second guy's name is. What is the second kid's name? I just call him Brady because of fucking Brady Corbett. Brady Corbett is in this movie, by the way, and I love you, Brady Corbett. You do such a good job in this movie. Very good. What is his fucking name? What is his name? I know one of them's name is Neil. What's the other one's name? Brian. It's very close to Brady. So, that's why I fuck it up in my head every single time. If I call him Brady on accident, just don't mind that. So there's two kids, Neil and Brady. I already did it. Fuck. Neil and Brian. They have a similar experience with a Little League coach, wherein he sexually abuses them. But they both deal with their traumas in, like, two different ways. One of them, Brian, believes that he was abducted by aliens. And Neil went in the path of, like, a teenage hustler. Well, he's, like, 18, so technically he's an adult, but, you know, still. God. I won't give too much more detail about it because, like, well, actually, I don't know. I'm trying to balance what exactly I should say and what I shouldn't say. I will say though, there is a intense assault scene in this movie. There's another rape scene. Can you sense the pattern between watching Irreversible and watching Mysterious Skin? Is there's rape scenes in them that are shown. With Neil's though, because he gets raped, it is shown not as graphically as the one in Irreversible, and it doesn't go on for that long, but it is still very intense, and it's the scene that fucks me up the most in that movie. Oh my god, I'm seeing it in my head, and it fuck. I know the build-up for it. I know the build-up for it. It is the one thing I remember about this fucking movie. Is the one thing I remember. There's parts of it I can't remember very well, but in like leading up to it, I didn't remember. But the assault scene I remember the most. It was the one stick out of the movie, and the end, of course, is very sad. Oh my god, this movie is just so fucking sad. It's so upsetting. It genuinely fucks me up every single time. After the assault scene, I had to stop the movie for a little bit and just, like, get up and walk around my room for a little while to get it out of my head, because I just genuinely was so... Fuck, dude. Oh my god. Even now, I'm, like, so anxious talking about it, because I'm... In talking about it, I'm thinking about it, and thinking about it, it just makes me want to shut down. It just, like, oh my god. It's gorgeous, this movie is. I love the acting in it. It's also got Joseph Gordon-Levitt in it as well. He's wearing some funky blue contacts, though, I will say. His eyes, scary in this movie. Because he's wearing these just funky blue contacts, so he matches... the kid actor that plays his counterpart. Fuck. There's a part in it where he's, like, at the coach's house, standing outside of the house, because he had his friend drive him there, and he's just standing, Neil is standing there, and he just goes, like, why don't you call me your fucking angel again? And I'm just like, oh. It kills me. This fucking movie kills me. But I love it to bits and pieces. But it also, I just cannot recommend it in good faith. It is an intense movie, so I just can't. It's got phenomenal... Yeah, that's basically Joseph Gordon-Levitt in this movie. Hang on, I can pull up a picture of him, actually, to show you. To show you just how intense the fucking blue contacts are. They're such like a stick out, and it freaks me the fuck out every single time I see it. I'm like, dude, that's not your natural eye color. Why are your eyes so blue? At least they look somewhat natural. I don't fucking know, dude. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, at least it didn't save as a fucking undecipherable file that I can't use. What was it? HTML? Whatever. I can't remember the file type that you can't use. Hang on. Where is he? Come here, Neil. There you are. I almost grabbed out John Lemon. See, those fucking eyes! They're so blue! They're so blue! Why does he look like that? Hang on. I'll try to zoom in on his face a little bit more. Why are they so blue? Why are his eyes so... They're so blue! That's not what his normal eye color is, by the way. His eye color is like black or brown, or like a deep brown. If you've ever seen Joseph Gordon-Levitt, normally, this is not his eye color. It's so freaky. I hate it, especially in specific lights. That's not as bad as I was imagining. Well, in specific lights, it looks freakier. I promise. If you watch this movie, you'll know what I mean. Looks like he dyed his eyes instead of his hair. In specific lighting, he looks freaky as hell. It's hard to, like, show you through a screenshot. If you watch the movie, then you'll get it. You'll understand it, what I mean when I say he looks freaky as hell. But yeah. Yeah. It also is, like, in line, this movie is in line with what, Greg Araki likes to focus on, which is, like, desolation and apocalyptic almost settings. Just stuff that in general isn't really mass appealing to the public. His film, like, he has a trilogy of films called, like, the teen apocalypse films, which are, I know one of them was The Doom Generation, which I watched with June, and I liked. She did not care much for it, which is also fair. Hold on, God, I don't know how to maneuver shit anymore. So it's like, yeah, it's The Doom Generation, Nowhere, and Totally Fucked Up are the teen apocalypse trilogy. In any case, can't recommend this one in good faith. If you want to watch it, go ahead, but just heed my warnings on it. It is intense. You will not have a good time. You may end up feeling intensely sad by the end of it. Or fucked up like me. Anyway. Same day, a little bit later in the day, my lovely girlfriend and I watched the Grand Budapest Hotel, which is her first Wes Anderson. My second, because I saw Moonrise Kingdom. I love Moonrise Kingdom. It's probably one of my favorite films of his. Grand Budapest Hotel was also pretty good. I will say it could have been better. I kept getting surprised by all the random celebrities that were used in it, like fucking Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson randomly showing up in this movie. Also, hello, how are you? I was just like, wow. It's Owen Wilson, wow. Jeff Goldblum showed up in that movie. What was it? There was just so many. Oh yeah, you did see Fantastic Mr. Fox. So it was both our second Wes Anderson. I keep forgetting what Fantastic Mr. Fox is a Wes Anderson flick. I'm sorry, that's my fault. Hang on, I'm getting water. Sorry, I forgot. My bad. So this was our second, both of our second, Wes Anderson. Like I said, it was okay. Could have been better. I didn't like that it was a narrative within a narrative within a narrative. It felt unnecessary. Because what are you supposed to do with these two bits of meta narrative? It didn't feel necessary, really. I love you, I'm sorry. What was it? The main-ish character of whatever his name was. What the hell was that guy's name? Hang on. I kinda looked it up. Legendary Concierge. What the fuck was his name? The Struggle to Find Names. Quartz and the Struggle to Find Names. Fucking, what was his name? Monsieur Gustave. His name was Gustave. Okay. Well, we have a few gripes with his character. Mostly has to do with... Oh joy, that guy's a transphobe. Thank you, Shinigami Eyes. Oh dear. Wonderful. Anyway, the Monsieur Gustave was... There was a scene in it where he was just randomly racist to Zero. that didn't make any fucking sense, and then he immediately apologized for it afterward, after Zero was like, I'm a refugee, dude. Like, I literally am in a war-torn country, and I'm coming out of the war, and my parents are dead. He was like, I'm just gonna call him Gustav. Gustav was just like, oh, I am so sorry. Oh, I feel like such an idiot. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Zero. Please accept my apologies. I did not mean to be so racist to you. I was just so mad at you for not bringing my clone. Oh, would you ever forgive a poor man like me? Like, all this fucking, like, unnecessary woe is meing. Felt unnecessary that he did it in the first place, because he seemed like a generally progressive character in the beginning. Even defending Zero from getting deported, but just then randomly being racist for no fucking reason, and then apologizing for it right after. It's like, what? Okay. Shinigami Eyes extension has saved me many a headache. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about Shinigami Eyes is, like, it may be accurate in some instances, but unfortunately in a lot of instances it is not, because you can just label anybody a transphobe, and some people just do it for revenge purposes for no reason. There's some people that are labeled as transphobes even though they aren't. It's inaccurate from what I understand. But yeah, I'm just gonna but I will, in this instance, until proven otherwise, think that this specific person that was labeled a transphobe is a transphobe until proven otherwise. Anyway. But that was one gripe I had with that character. Another gripe was the biphobia that this character kept facing. Gustav is a bi character. He's explicitly bi. He is seen with men and women, mostly older women and men. Mostly older women. But he is treated terribly and also killed off for no reason. For the shock of it all, I guess. I don't know. I was like, dude, you're a bi king. Why have they done this to you? It was such an interesting film. Wes Anderson has a specific style of comedy that I kind of gel with. Sometimes I don't, sometimes I do. I gel with it especially well in Moonrise Kingdom. I'm gonna have to watch that movie again, though. It's been such a long time. Although I will say, I'm not fully on board as like, oh, Wes Anderson's a film genius. I've never really been on board with him as a film genius in the first place, but especially now, given, like, you know, it's very apparent he's Orientalist. He has a tendency to romanticize Asia, especially countries like India. He has a very, and Japan, like, he just has a tendency to do that, and it's especially seen in one movie in specific, the Darjeeling Express, I believe it's called, where it's these three guys go on like a whatever thing in India that's trying to clear their mind or whatever, some soul-searching journey or whatever, I don't know. And you could argue it's like a satire on that, but the way he treats the characters in that movie are very specific. Broy Deschanel has a very good video about Wes Anderson's Orientalism, which is where I first heard about it. If you want to go watch that, I highly, highly recommend it. It's very well researched, very well done. It gives you some good insight into... I'm not just pulling this out of my ass, I promise. There is a lot of evidence to show his Orientalism, and very also like he romanticizes it, but he's also very racist in that regard as well. So highly recommend it. Go watch Broy Deschanel in general. She's an incredible video essayist. Please, she's awesome. I love her very, very much, and she does a lot of research in her videos. Please go watch her. That is my one wish. Please go watch Broy Deschanel. Thank you. And then the last movie I watched a little while ago, day before I had to go back to work, and it killed me a lot. I watched Brie Deschanel, very good creator, absolutely. Love her to bits and pieces. She is incredible. Even if I don't watch her as much anymore, I still would highly recommend her. The last movie that I watched, the most recent one that I watched was The Graduate, which I know is a movie that gets passed around a lot, that a lot of people like for some reason. A lot of people love The Graduate, and often lauded around as a very good comedy, dark comedy film. That movie was my fucking breaking point, man. I hated The Graduate. I hate this fucking movie. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I hate it so fucking much, it makes me want to pull my fucking hair out. It is terrible. It is not funny. I did not laugh once. In fact, it was a waste of my time. This near 2-hour nightmare of a movie. Waste of my fucking time. Made me so angry by the end of it, I almost gave up watching movies completely after watching The Graduate. Oh my god. First of all, this movie uses way too much Simon and Garfunkel music. They played fucking Scarborough Fair 7 times in a row. I was like, what the fuck? If I have to hear Scarborough Fair one more fucking time, I'm gonna kill myself. And I love Scarborough Fair. It's a very good song. I was just like, please. They played Sound of Silence like 3 times. They played Mrs. Robinson like 4 different times. There's like another song that I can't remember that's very pretty. They only played it once. But they've used so much Simon and Garfunkel music in this fucking movie. I was just like, please don't make me hate Simon and Garfunkel. Please don't make me hate Seaman and Gay Uncle. I'm begging of you here. Damn, haven't seen this much loathing from you since The Godfather. This is the most I've loathed a movie ever, probably. There's probably other movies I've loathed. I don't think I loathed The Godfather that badly. I don't hate The Godfather. I just hated that it wasted my time. But, yeah, this movie sucks so bad I gave up on film as an art medium. Yeah, I almost gave up on film. I understood my girlfriend for a minute there whenever I show her a movie and it sucks ass. I was like, yeah, okay, I get it. I get it completely now. But this fucking movie, oh my god. The premise of it is this guy is a recent college graduate who has a degree in some... Oh? Oh? Is that who I think it is in chat? Is that my good friend Mutual in the chat? Hello? Is that you? Is that my friend? Hello? I just got distracted. Just talking about the worst fucking movie ever, and then I just light up. I'm like that fucking meme. What the hell is it? Like, that... Just like everything sucks. Oh, the life is terrible. Oh, my friend! Just fucking lit up. I was like, wait. I forgot there's like delay. There's 20-second YouTube chat delay. Oh. It is you! Oh my gosh, it is you! Hi! Hello! Welcome. Oh my gosh, guys. It's my friend. It's my mutual. Why the hell am I getting so many fucking asks all of a sudden? Welcome in. I'm talking about a movie that sucks ass. I was gushing about you guys earlier. Because I was talking about how terrible my break was. And then I was like, but the best part about it was the friends I made along the way. Oh my gosh. Everything just got 10 times better. But unfortunately, I have to go back to talking about how fucking awful The Graduate was. Because I'm sorry, Leo, I'll fill you in. I'm talking about all the fucking movies that I watched over my break. Whoop, I smacked my keyboard. I talked about all the movies that I watched over my break and the ones that I just watched recently. And this fucking movie... Yay, I love to hate. Let's fucking go. This movie made Quartz give up on film. That's crazy. It made me almost give up. I haven't completely given up, but God, it made me want to. Okay, let me re-roll the points a little bit because I want to make sure that Leo gets the full picture here. I just finished up talking about the fact that this movie uses too much fucking Simon and Garfunkel music. Like, it uses, like, Scarborough Fair 7 different times in the span of, like, a minute. Or not even a minute, probably, like, 5 minutes. For no fucking reason. And then, like, it randomly intersperses other songs like Sound of Silence or Mrs. Robinson. I completely forgot that one song. And then that other one that I can't think of right now that was really pretty that I liked. But I was like, please stop using Seaman and Gay Uncle music. I'm begging of you. Please. At least use other songs that they've, like, made. I know that this movie was in, like, 1967, but, like, for fuck's sake, they had a whole bunch of other songs you could use. Why are you using the specific ones, like, a million times in a row? Were those the only ones you could license? Anyway. Now I'm talking about the premise in itself, which sucks. Because it doesn't commit to the bit. It doesn't commit to the bit whatsoever. When I say bit, I mean it doesn't commit completely to what its premise is, and it fucking bails halfway through the movie. Okay, so this is about, like, a college graduate. He's just come home from some college he was at, and he has some degree in something. I can't fucking remember, nor do I care. And he's at this party that his parents are throwing for him, and he's all fucking, like, mopey because he's freaking out about his future. And lo and behold, this older woman comes in to his room while he's having a minute. He's just having a time. He's like, fuck, oh, my life. I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life with this degree I got from college. This older woman walks in, trying to find the bathroom. We find out this woman's name is Mrs. Robinson, who is a family friend of the family, of the dad specifically, I think, because her husband's business partners with him or whatever. And so this movie kicks off with him taking her home because she asks him to, and then is trying to seduce him, which works. And then they just start having an affair. Well, it doesn't happen immediately in that moment, but, like, some time passes, and he's like, I haven't stopped thinking about you. Come to this hotel. I gotta get a room. He's being so... Oh, my God. Don't even get me started on the fucking main character and the fact he gives me secondhand embarrassment so bad I get a headache watching him. Oh, my God. I'm so mad. Thinking about this fucking wimp of a man. But then midway through this movie, it stops being about him and her, and it starts being about him and the woman's daughter, which she's like, I explicitly forbid you to be with my daughter because I think that you're good enough for me, but not for her, which is so stupid. But his parents force him to take her out on a date anyway, and they hit it off on that one night they go out together, even though he made her cry and took her to a strip club. Very romantic, taking your date out to a strip club to have a woman hit her with booby tassels. I'm not kidding, that happens in the movie. Nothing wrong with strip clubs. Just hate the fact that he was such a fucking asshole about it. I was like, yeah, I'm taking you to a strip club because I don't care. Yeah, I don't care that you're getting hit with booby tassels. He only cares when she runs out of the building crying. To which he then gets in her face about it and is like, what are you crying for? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. It's just, you know, my parents forced me to take you out. I'm sorry. Why are you crying? Like, and then he kisses her and then suddenly it's all better. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And then the rest of the movie is just about him trying to win her affections after she finds out that he was having an affair with her mom. He goes all the way to fucking UC Berkeley to stalk her at her fucking college, find out her classes and where her dorm is, just so he can try to get her to marry him. Oh my god! And it works too! I'm so mad. I'm so mad! Sorry, I'm trying to keep my composure with this fucking movie! Oh my god. Men writing women moment. Exactly. Exactly. It is a very much a men writing a women moment. There's also a part in the movie, like, you're supposed to be upset at her. The whole writing of this fucking movie is you're supposed to be upset at the girl for being irrational and think that the main guy is cool. There is no way it worked. It worked! Believe me, I saw it with my own two eyes. I saw it, and it happened, and it was upsetting. So, the main girl gets whisked off to an arranged marriage with some guy that she's supposed to be with. And he runs into he does too fucking much. He speeds. He has to ask around for wherever the hell this church is that she's getting married at. He runs out of gas and he legs it. He goes on fucking foot to chase down to run to the church, and he interrupts the service and he gets her out of there, and they lock everybody in the fucking church, and they get on a bus and leave, and that's the end of the movie. And it's like, I have to get a sip of water because I am irrationally angry. I'm sorry, I'm not normally like this, I promise. I fucking hate men in rom-coms. There's a specific archetype that genuinely enrages me. Oh my god. Look, was I supposed to find it endearing that he was being so fucking persistent about her? That's a genuine question. Was I supposed to find him endearing in any way? Because I did not. I found him fucking enraging, if anything. He has no spine. He is a stalker for no fucking reason. Just chasing down this girl that does not want to marry him for no reason. What does he even see in her? Is he just upset at the fact that he missed an opportunity to be with her because, oops, he fucked her mom? It was so... Why do people like that movie? Why? It genuinely, like... It confuses me. I'm deflated. This fucking movie puts me through all the stages of grief. I am literally going through all the fucking stages of grief as we speak, as I'm recounting this movie to you guys. Like... Half my thoughts during rom-coms are, what are these two people seeing each other? You know what this movie should have been? This movie should have committed to what it was doing in the beginning, which was that he was having an affair with a married woman. That's what it should have been. This whole movie should have just been that. I don't know why it was unnecessarily trying to shove in a romance with a woman his own age. Fucking commit to the age gap, dude. He's like 22. And she's like 40, 50 something. Commit to the age gap. No, literally, I'm looking at the letterbox for it right now, and people seem to love it, but also I'm so used to hating popular movies, so I get used so much. I don't get what people see in this fucking movie. I'm also looking at the letterbox for it, so I have the letterbox like right in front of me. There's a review from someone that I follow on Letterboxd that was like a 5-star review. Why do people like this movie? Is it just like people like it as a character study or something? Because I fucking hate it. I hate it so fucking much. It should have just committed to the age gap. It should have. Here's what I think it should have done. It should have just committed to the fact that this guy was having an affair with a married woman. There was an interesting line of conversation that was going on in the middle of the movie where they were talking and she was just rebuffing him a little bit. Because all she wants to do is have sex, and he wants to, like, get to know her. It's like, what was it like meeting your husband? How was your daughter conceived? Which was a little weird. What was your major in college? Well, how did you meet him in the first place? Like all these interesting questions. And she eventually starts breaking a little bit from the facade that she has of this, like, alluring, exotic, older woman archetype. And she starts talking about, like, I met my husband, he was getting a degree in law, I was getting a degree in art, and we just ended up together for the sake of not having a daughter out of wedlock. That's interesting! I was like, oh, okay. You know, like, I was like enraptured in it for a minute, finally. And you know what it should have done is this woman starts, like, breaking down her walls a little bit. She's starting to be more vulnerable. She starts to, what is the word I'm looking for? Blah. Nah, stuttering. Blah. She starts to, like, talk about her marriage more in depth with him. And, I don't know, she leaves her husband to be with him? I don't know. I mean, unbiased opinion from Q about the importance of age gap romance. Sorry. Shut up, Leo. Shut up. They don't know about that. They don't know. My chat doesn't know about that. I get you, though. You're so right. See, like, it could have been something great had it stuck with the age gap stuff. Not because I'm particularly interested in that, but just because it could have been interesting, but then they shoved in this stupid fucking... I guess the filmmakers midway through were like, God, this isn't ethical. He's 22, she's like 40, 50 something, with a kid who's in college, like... We gotta do something to break that up. Oh, the fucking studio heads are gonna kill us. Romance, boom, with the daughter. It just kind of feels weirdly rushed. The Forbidden Courts lore. Listen, there's some stuff you guys don't need to know. There's some stuff you don't need to know about me. There's some stuff you don't need to know. There's just some stuff you don't need to know. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll divulge, but not today. But, fuck. I'm so scattered. I'm so sorry, God. Oh. Anyway, this movie sucked. It was not good. I was like... I was screaming at the fucking screen the whole time. I was like, at the daughter. I was like, You deserve better than this fucking spineless man who can't commit. And when he does commit, he becomes a fucking stalker. Like, like, come on. Oh god, I hated this movie so much. I'm so glad to be cringe is to be free. No comment. Anyway. Yeah, I hated it. Terrible movie. Terrible movie. Worst movie of the year. Second to Irreversible. Irreversible was the worst movie for, like, a genuinely fucking awful movie in terms of subject matter. The Graduate was just awful because the execution... Oh, I didn't even mention the fact that this fucking character gives me secondhand embarrassment so bad I want to throw up. He's so awkward in a way that's not even funny. It's that kind of awkward that's like... stupid awkward, where he, like, forgets how to do stuff. Like, oh, I don't know how to rent a room at a hotel. Like, oh my god, I want to blow my brains out. For the love of God, just go to the concierge and ask for a key. It is not that hard. He's not gonna see through your fucking brain. I mean, I get the anxiety of it. I've, like, been there, done that. But his anxiety was so fucking irrational. It was verging on the actually that's not how a person would be whatsoever. I love how this shitty rom-com made you give up on film more than insane, evil, gratuitous exploitation film. You're not wrong. Rom-coms more often than not are the leading cause of why I hate existing sometimes or watching movies. I hate rom-coms. The only rom-com I can stand is 10 Things I Hate About You. Otherwise, I hate rom-coms. They're horrible. They make me not want to watch movies whatsoever. If I watch an exploitation film, I can bounce back from it easily because, like, I just can. Because, like, it's in a genre of movie that I watch pretty frequently. Not exploitation film, but, like, horror adjacent films. I'm fine for the most part. I will not, like, be debilitated because of Irreversible. Although I understand people who are. And because of how terrible it fucking is. But shit like The Graduate just makes me go, like, oh, why the fuck? Who made this movie? Who thought this was a good idea? Who? Who thought this was a good idea? Who decided to license out Simon and Garfunkel and sully their good name with this movie? Who decided to do that? I want some names. They're probably dead by now. Given how old this movie is, they're probably dead. But, you know, I'm gonna fucking beat their asses on the fucking grave. Take you down all the way to hell. Hell 2. I don't fucking know. Christ. Anyway, those are all the movies I watched as of recent. It's a lot of films. I don't know what I'm gonna watch next. We'll have to see. I pray to God it's something better than the recent lot of movies that we watched. I need something that's not gonna make me want to blow my brains out. Into Faith, Unholy Trinity, and Weird Al. Or is that Weird AI? I can't tell. I hope that's Weird Al, because Weird Al is good. I love Weird Al. I've always loved Weird Al. I remember when I was younger, a lot of people hated Weird Al because of his weird fucking parodies. But I always loved him, genuinely. He's just like, he's the guy. Oh shit, wait. I still need to watch that fucking interview that he did with George. I know Leo posted it some time ago, but I just completely forgot. And I need to watch it still. I'm like, oh my god, wait, he did an interview with George, and it's a little fucking weird, isn't it? Fuck it, let's just watch all of Marvel Hornets again. We're running it back, boys. We're going through Marvel Hornets again. That would be great, actually. Just watch all of Marvel Hornets again. I'd love that. Weird Al's cool and awesome. Fuck the haters. He is cool and awesome. Anyone who says he sucks can die. I'm kidding. If you don't like Weird Al, that's okay. I'm not gonna impose my views on you. If you don't like him, that's perfectly fine. Anyway. Well, now what do we do? I got like an hour to kill. Because I allotted myself like a 3-hour slot. My favorite interview. Yes. I know you posted about it. And I need to watch it. I keep seeing it. And I'm like, God, I just need to watch it. I just need to watch it. I keep forgetting though. Oops, I forgot. I keep getting distracted. I should be doing one thing, and then I don't end up doing that thing, and I do something else. I was supposed to be doing stuff today, and then, I got an ask in my ass box that took all my brain power that I had to answer, so my brain's been gone. Oh, you did one with Paul? Oh, you did one with Paul? I didn't know that, actually. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to put that in with all the other interviews I need to catch up on. There's so much Beatles adjacent media I still need to watch. I still haven't seen any of the movies. I still haven't finished the cartoon. I have so much I need to catch up on. There's so many interviews I haven't seen still. I'm a terrible Beatles fan. I am here existing and I just feel terrible. I'm like, oh man, I have an extra minute. Maybe I'll watch a movie, or maybe I'll watch a YouTube video. And in that time, I go watch something else, and when in reality, I should be watching any of the movies. Movie night when? I do not know. We'll have to figure out a time for a movie night. That would actually be really fun. It's just you and me and Owen watching the Beatles movies. They're hard to find, though. I've been trying so hard to find a good place that's, like, got them all, but I haven't found any place that I can watch them. At least watch A Hard Day's Night. I know, I should. I want to watch A Hard Day's Night, and Yellow Submarine, and Magical Mystery Tour, especially Magical Mystery Tour, and I want to watch Help. Oh my god, I almost forgot Help. Oops, I keep forgetting Help. Ringo's grandfather's sweep. I thought it was Paul's grandpa. Then again, I've not seen it, so I don't know. I just know what I see from gift sets, and every single time I see a gift set from A Hard Day's Night, it's always John and Paul flirting. Just those two flirting. Then again, most gift sets I see from the movies, sans Yellow Submarine, is just Paul and John flirting. I'll send you the links to Discord, don't even worry. Bless you, Leo. You always got my back, I swear to God. Bless. I've got them all. You are a godsend. Thank you. Bless. Bless. Thank you. Might be Paul's grandpa. You might be right. It's been a while. I don't know. I just... Also, I see that orgy scenes so often where they're like, orgy? Yeah! And they go off to go have an orgy. And then John to the grandpa's like, not you, you're too old or whatever. Oh, no. Oh, hang on. Oh, gee, we could do... Yes. Yes, yes. I see what you've put in the chat. In the group chat, Leo, and yes. Yes. Yes, that would be great. I'll have to talk to Owen about that, though. But Owen's asleep right now. God, what was I gonna say? I just completely... I lost my train of thought. I am so flaky as of recent. My fucking brain is just terrible. I was gonna say, oh yeah. Oh shit. You don't need to know what I'm laughing about, it's fine. Anyway, I was gonna say, I was getting into the monkeys recently. That's what I meant to say. I've been meaning to talk to you guys about that forever, that I've been getting into the monkeys recently. I actually started watching the TV show not too long ago. I think I've watched like 15 or so episodes of the TV show, because I watched Head a while back, and I really, really, really liked it. And I wanted to get into the monkeys, but I had no idea anything about their lore, so I consulted the masses on my Tumblr blog and was like, I'm kind of afraid to get into monkeys lore, so if any of my mutuals have any information, please hand it over. And somebody who frequently scrolls through the monkeys tag, who's a really well-known artist in there, saw my post and was like, Mitsu, Leah. Sorry, I couldn't resist. No, it's fine. Anyway, the person saw my post, it was frequents the tag, and was like, hey, what do you need to know? I'm not a mutual of yours, but if you want to know stuff, then, what do you want to know? And I was like, I just want to know about them in general, and, like, their whole vibe, or whatever, because I did see, I think it was Adequate Emily's video about Head and the monkeys a while back, and it only, like, scratches the, like, surface of the monkeys, and, stop, Leah. Couldn't resist, it's fine. But that person, bless them, sent me 2 different posts they made of a breakdown on monkeys lore, both in terms of like their formation, who they are as people, the TV links to the TV show episodes with and without commentary, which I thought was great. And also like a breakdown of all their albums and stuff. And they did all of the history of the monkeys up until I think it was Peter left. So I got a pretty detailed look into the monkeys, and now I'm a monkey fanatic. I'm coming out as a monkey fanatic. I do quite like them. I think they're funky little guys. I think I'm more interested in their lore than I am, or like them in general, than I am in their music. I'm gradually getting into their music. It's kind of hard because I understand the circumstances in which the music came to be, and I can kind of tell that it's not necessarily them that's putting together the pieces, but I know next to zero Monkeys songs, so I'm contributing the only way I know how. You do know a Monkeys song. Because believe it or not, we were all exposed to the Monkeys at one point. Through Shrek. Believe it or not. Because Shrek did a cover of I'm a Believer, and that's a Monkeys song. So you do know a Monkeys song, technically, if you've seen Shrek. You know, when I saw her face, now I'm a believer. Not a trace, no doubt in my mind. That fucking song, that's a Monkeys song. I was shocked when I learned that too. I was like, wait, that's the Monkeys? Huh? What is happening? Ah! Thank you, Leo. Oh, you are such a heaven sent. Yeah, I'm a Believer is like their most popular song that people of the modern day know. I have a couple of Monkey songs stuck in my head. Mostly it's just Papa Jean's Blues I got stuck in my head. Because I'm a sucker for like country adjacent or country songs as a whole. I was just like, okay, country boy. I like Mike. He's pretty cool. I think Mike's pretty cool. I think he's my second favorite monkey next to Mickey. Mickey, my beloved. I love him so bad. Mickey... I don't like Davy very much. Nobody's gonna know what I'm talking about. But also, yeah, that is what happened with me and the Beatles. I got into their lore first. But the difference between the Beatles and the Monkees is because, like, I already knew about the Beatles fairly well, and I'd probably half remembered a good chunk of Beatles songs. And then I just didn't know were Beatles songs, but the Monkees I just has like a flat slate, and I already knew about like their manufactured origins and the fact that they didn't necessarily do a lot of their own music and they had help from like a backing band, and then eventually they got into doing their own music. But I don't know, I was just like, my brain. Sorry, I'm trying to read DMs and talk at the same time. So it's the disconnect is kind of a lot bigger for me with that regard, I guess. But I just think they're funky little guys. But also, it's hard watching the TV show because the antics they get into is so cartoonish and over the top. It makes me cringe, especially knowing that they hated doing the TV show after a certain point because they didn't get a lot of creative freedom. And they just kept getting put into these like archetypes because the Monkees are like a response to the Beatles. They were manufactured with the purpose of being a competitor to the Beatles in around like 66, 67, well 65 probably, 65, 66, around that time period. And then they got bulldozed over by 67 because Sgt. Pepper's came out and flattened their momentum. Because they're like, oh my god, they were doing great. They were outselling the Beatles for a while. And then fucking Sgt. Pepper's came out and just had a whole different sound. And just completely flattened them. And now hardly anybody knows them at all. Unless you know that little tidbit about I'm a Believer. Several 60s bands existed purely because of the Beatles hype. Yeah, the Monkees was like the biggest one in America because they had built up their. Also, it's fine, Leo, that you were distracting me. It was important. So, but thank you. But the Monkees were the biggest one in America anyway, because they were briefly outselling the Beatles in America, and they managed to build up their own hype. As a band because of the TV show. I did not know they were ever outselling the Beatles. OMG. Yeah, they did. They briefly outsold the Beatles with their first record. But then the thing that kind of toppled the dominoes over after Sgt. Pepper's came out and flattened their momentum was they were out on tour when the label released their second album without them knowing. And that was unacceptable to them. They were like, oh, fuck no, we're not doing this. And they got real pissed about that, and they just severed all connections they possibly could to the people they were previously working with, especially the people at their record label, their, like, producers and all of that. They're the people who held the contracts. They basically had an Alan Klein from the very beginning, so it seemed. From what, if I had to, look, I'm trying to explain this to the Beatles experts in my audience. If you want to know about, like, their manager situation, the Monkees' manager situation, from what I understand, they had an Alan Klein type figure from the beginning, kind of. He wasn't necessarily like a money-hungry shark, but he very much was mismanaging them and their assets and didn't actually give a fuck about them. And they hated him so fucking much. We're outselling the Beatles. Surely nothing will kill our momentum now. The humble tab of LSD. You know what's even funnier is if you watch the music video for A Day in the Life, you will see members of the Monkees in that video. I know Peter Tork is in it, I think, and Mike Nesmith. Mike Nesmith is the most prominent one you'll see in that. He's hanging out with John. You'll know because of his sideburns. You ever want to realize, like, the best way you can identify Mike Nesmith is by his outrageous sideburns. But you see, yeah, if you ever want to, you'll see him. He's hanging out with John. Every time I see Mike Nesmith, it's like a jump scare. I'm like, oh, Mike Nesmith. I have no more than I did before, and now you all got. I can't remember how that song goes now. Papa Jean's Blues My Beloved. Also, Mike sings that song, I'm fairly sure. I love me a humble country boy. Given I do have family from the South, so, like, I'm naturally inclined to liking people from the South. I have a soft spot in my heart for people from the South. So Mike Nesmith came into my life, and I was like, okay, yep, this is happening. Also, I just gotta say, I kind of was given a biased point of view from the person who sent me the stuff about the monkeys, because they were talking a lot about Mickey and Mike and their, like, interesting friendship. And I was like, uh-oh, we got another one on our hands, I see. I was like, are we gonna have another John and Paul situation? And the answer is kind of. I'm from the South. I've had quite enough of it myself. LOL. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. I understand that. But what can I say? Why is... Oh, I thought my dog was digging outside of my door. What can I say about Mickey and Mike from what little I've seen of their interactions in the show and, like, outside of the show? It's less toxic and codependent than John and Paul. Thankfully. It's not the same, but they have an interesting affection for one another, I'm seeing. There's a weird thing I saw in one of the episodes where Mickey just randomly bites the side of Mike's hand. I was very confused. I was like, oh? Also another fun thing I noticed in the pilot for the monkeys, they throw darts at the Beatles, like a picture of the Beatles on the wall that's autographed. They just toss darts at it, which is very funny to me. The monkeys are so weird. I love them very, very much. I'm just also not a fan of Davey, though, just because he's posited as, like, a Paul McCartney equivalent in that he's, like, a suave womanizer, romantic lead, and I just don't see it. Doesn't help, also, he's the only British guy they got in their little quartet, which is very, very funny to me. Because with the Beatles, you got these, like, fucking Liverpudlian assholes that came from Liverpool all together. And then you got this mishmash of people that came from all kinds of places in the U.S. put together. One of them, though, just so happens to be from Manchester. I just can't take him seriously. He's very short as well. It's so funny. Yeah, alright, sure. Sure, King. I guess. I don't know. I don't like him very much. I don't like, especially in the show, that there's such a focus on him being so all over all kinds of women. It makes me uncomfortable. And I'm also just not interested in that type of thing. I would much rather watch, like, a 20-minute episode of everyone getting into shenanigans than fucking just like a 20-minute, like 15 of those 20 minutes being dedicated to Davey being, like, suave with a girl. I'm like, please, for the love of God, kill me. The more I learn about John and Paul, the more I'm like, damn, maybe in another life or time y'all would have been together. That is what everybody says. I got an ask not too long ago where someone was like, man, those two should have been together. In another life, they're reincarnated as Gen Z and been in a relationship. And honestly, hang on, where is that ask, actually? I'll just read what the hell I wrote, because I think it's more relevant if I just read it out like I put it. Hang on. One moment as I pause to go on Tumblr. What? Oh. It's not what I meant to look at. Everybody hold. Hold on. Also, Leo put an important addition as well. So I gotta read that too. Oh my god, why do I reblog so much shit? Why do I reblog so much shit? Good god. Ah! Ah! So much stuff. Where is it? It was for like a couple days ago, actually. Hold on. I'm stupid. I forgot Tumblr has a means to look through your blog better. Kind of. Tumblr is terrible. Oh my god, where are you? Grandma's trying to figure out the fucking computer. Everybody hold. Okay. Have a nice shower. Yeah, I'm gonna be famous. You're gonna be famous, Leo. You're gonna be a, what is it? You're gonna be immortalized. That's it. Yeah, okay. So this person put, it genuinely saddens me that John and Paul won't ever get to actually have the relationship they deserved. They are the reason I believe in reincarnation. I fully believe if they were Gen Z, they would have been dating. If combat wasn't a thing, they would have been together, I think. Maybe not like forever, but they definitely would have had a thing. Maybe. I put in response to this person's ask, I put, that's an interesting question to pose. If McLennan, which is their ship name together, if McLennan were to be reincarnated, would their outcome end differently? Their personalities are very distinct, and often collided. There was a toxicity in their codependency that led to nasty fights. It was as if they tried to read each other's minds but never really hit the mark. John was often insecure, clinging on to Paul, and would often get upset at him if he did something that felt like a betrayal in his eyes, and Paul did his best because he did love John, even if he got under his skin. Because he knew that John loved him too. Add in the societal expectations of men during that era that they were born in, plus widespread homophobia, plus their lack of being able to effectively communicate, then you've got a recipe for disaster. So would that all change if they were born in a different generation? I'm not sure. But I'm heavily leaning toward no. They are always doomed, in my eyes, to never be able to quite reach that level of intimacy, nor that level of vulnerability with one another. So the best they can do is a mad dance or stray glance or two every once in a while. Excuse me, I'm having a terrible time with my stutter. And then Leo put in my ask box, they just need a relationship counselor. Maybe, I don't know. And then Leo put in my ask box, I can honestly see a modern-day John and Paul dating publicly, then leaning way too hard into them being a perfect little partnership, and writing together is always perfect, and they'll be together forever, John and Yoko style, and then going through the exact same messy breakup. And I put in response, that's fair, I can see it leaning that way. They mold this almost fairy tale perfect story for themselves and weave it into their public personas. They're pestered often for details about their relationship, which they give very cookie-cutter responses so as to appear coy. The writing sessions are great, there's an abundance of songs they've come up with together, etc. They might be a bit cutesy with hand-holding or little kisses or whatever, nothing major, but in private it's a whole different story. They fall into the same pitfalls as their 60s counterparts, but many of their spats end up online for everyone to see. People pick sides, it's covered by drama channels that focus on celebrity gossip, then it's over. History repeats itself in an endless codependent loop. They will never get it right the next time. Just a couple of thoughts. I fully believe that I don't think it would have ever really worked out. Ever. that's also just me being desolate about those two. Because, like, they have very distinct personalities that clash. Like, Paul, I don't think could ever really fully commit to John in that way. Because, like, John was very, like, gung-ho about the fucking way he, like, the people that he put in his life. And, like, Yoko in specific had, like, a specific role that she fulfilled that Paul previously did, but, like, on a different level, if that makes sense. Like, damn, Lamau. Just your everyday conversations. This is usually how we talk about McLennan. So it's, like, nothing real new, really. But, I just fully do believe that, like, they're doomed in every timeline. I'm one of those people that believes that they're doomed in every timeline. I don't think there's ever gonna be a good ending for them. I don't think there ever would be a good ending for them. They'll find each other in every lifetime, but it's never going to be perfect. They're just they're just doomed. I don't know how to put it succinctly through words. Like, I can write it out better than I can, like, talk about it, because my thoughts are so fucking muddled. And I think what those asks when, like, talking through them, I think that kind of covers most of my thoughts in that matter. Whenever people are like, oh, they should have been together in a different timeline, it's like, well, I don't know about that. Can't there ever be a universe where they just do laundry and taxes? Oh, probably not. They aren't fucking Waymond and, oh fuck, I can't remember her name in Everything Everywhere All at Once. They're not that compatible. Good ending for them is hidden somewhere between the Hard Day's Night and Help cinematic universe. I believe everybody else is fucked. You know who's especially fucked in this scenario is George. George gets fucked in every universe too. The fucking, like, McLennison trio is just so fucked. Me and Leo have talked about it so often. Their codependency loop is... Ringo's not involved in it because he didn't really invest in those three at the ages that those three did. So he's kind of out of the loop. But the McLennison, like, George, John, and Paul, like, loop, oh god. It's a nightmare vortex. I'm not really in the fandom, so I don't know what the common discourses are, so excuse me if I'm sounding a bit silly. Oh, no, you're not. You're fine. You are so perfectly fine. These are conversations that have been had forever. And, like, I mean, I'm only just discovering them, too, because I'm still fairly new, but Ringo's just there to do his job. What was it that we had the fucking... the Homestuck shit? He's the fucking... was it Auspice? I can't remember. Leo made a gif about Ringo's role. It's just being like the mediator or whatever. I hate that I had to bring up Homestuck into this conversation. I'm so sorry. He's like the Auspice type or whatever. I can't fucking say that word. Oh. He is just there, but oh my god. Every time I think about John, Paul, and George and, like, their little devotion, codependency, toxicity loop, it just fucks me up so much. I think about it all the time. All the time. It haunts my goddamn thoughts. There's so much you could say about it. What is happening? Hello? Ringo's role is just a cat batting at a little thing of yarn. He's just there. He's chilling. He loves being there, definitely. I will say he loves them very much, but he does not understand why they are so terrible to each other. What's that other thing? Poor Ringo. The group Auspice, yes. That's what I mean. That thing. There's so many conversations that I've had on Beatles Tumblr with people about the dynamics between all of the Beatles, but especially the Especially the all this the fucked up shit. Oh my god, I'm thinking about George again, and it makes me so sad. We're currently in a January that's the same January layout as the Get Back sessions. So I think it was a couple days ago was the anniversary of George officially quitting the Beatles. So he's kind of been on my mind lately. Also just makes me sad in general. Every time I see that fucking picture of his face where he looks like he's about to cry while John and Paul are like doing the mirroring thing and playing with each other, I want to burn a building down. It makes me so fucking sad. I'm like, oh my god, he looks like a kicked puppy. The poor guy. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, King. I would kill them all for you. It's so... Oh my god. I still need to... I haven't seen Get Back. I still haven't seen Get Back. Left the Beatles Friday. Yep. Yep. Happy Left the Beatles Friday. Oh, I'm in my element because Leo is here, and Leo and I talk about this stuff a lot. And it's also just stuff we reference from Tumblr. I feel like I'm like third wheeling all of you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna film another 8-hour documentary, but I'm playing every single one of the Beatles. I'm just sprinting around reading everyone's parts. I still need to watch Get Back. I haven't watched it at all, but I'm afraid to watch it. I'm so afraid. I don't know why. I'm just like, I can't do it. It's like when I was fretting about listening to Abbey Road for the first time because I was like, oh my god, it's the last album that they did technically. I know Let It Be is technically the last album that they put out, but I don't acknowledge that. In my head it's just Abbey Road. I don't know, it's just like the last thing ever, and I'm just so afraid to watch it. Get Back's my favorite Beatles movie. I've seen it. It's very good. I need to watch it. I do, but I can't. I can't. I'll lose my mind if I do. I'm fairly certain. It's so hard. I don't know why. I'm just like refraining from watching Beatles related stuff. Here's Get Back as well then. Thank you, Leo. Leo's hooking me up with all the stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a terrible Beatles fan. I have not watched shit. I watched like a couple episodes of the cartoon and then like some interviews and stuff, and I gave up. I haven't watched any of it. I'm afraid to. The Beatles didn't know music theory believers watching the one scene in Get Back where George and John are just shouting chord names at each other and having their entire worldview shattered. That's so fair, but it's also really funny because there is, like, they knew music theory, but they just didn't write shit down, which is so funny to me. Because, like, there's an interview I watched with Paul not too long ago where he just talks about, like, it came to me in a dream, and then I just had to try to conduct it because they didn't write shit down. So he's just over here like, oh fuck, I can't do Paul. I can't do my fucking, I can't do this. I can't do my Liverpudlian accent and embarrass myself in front of my mutual. I can't. But no, he's like, I have this idea for a song, and I'm gonna dictate what it sounds like to you guys, and you're just gonna have to follow the beat that I hear in my head or whatever. It's so fucking funny. I don't know if the rest of them are like that, but I know that's how Paul is. It's so fucking funny. Mima, why are you like that? Also, one of my favorite things that I learned forever ago was Paul and George learning guitar chords together, because they, like, when they were younger and first getting into guitar, because they just genuinely didn't know how to play the guitar, and they George got like a little booklet or whatever, and they just would go to his house and learn guitar chords. It's very cute. You know what you have to do? Center yourself. Stop. No. Man famously bad at remembering lyrics. I think it'll be fine if we don't write anything down exactly. Paul tells it came to me in a dream story about Let It Be all the time. Yeah, it was about Let It Be. That's right. It was so funny. I do know what I have to say to center myself. It's the fucking Simpsons meme. Just say the line, Bart. I can't do it. I can't embarrass myself like that. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, man. Well, now I'm just info dumping about the Beatles. I love how I was like, I don't know what we're gonna do for this last half of stream. Just bulldozed into the talking about the Beatles. Probably because I've just been like, that's all I've been doing over break is talking about the Beatles. Mostly just talking about my writings that I do with like Leo or Owen or any of my other mutuals. Or just like info dumping about stuff that I do, about my writing that I do, that I'm alluding to, that I will not go into depth about. Nobody needs to know what I write about. Nobody. Not my general audience, because people will look at me and be like, the fuck? What? What are these streams if not Beatles info dumps? That's true. They've been Beatles info dumps since like August. And it's just been me gradually dumping my information that I learn about the Beatles at you guys. I still remember when I fucking... Oh my god. Wait. Oh, wait. Leo, I forgot. I have an entire VOD where I play the entirety of Can't Buy Me Love. It's like 3 hours, I think. If you want to watch that, there's like 3 hours of me losing my fucking mind. I'm not kidding. We did that. It was such a time. It's also interesting how they did progress into being able to talk technical details and chords and progressions and putting down chords. So you'd think, okay, yeah, no, I've heard that YouTube doesn't let you do massive dumps of text because it's silly. But yeah, it is interesting how they did be able to progress to be able to do that. It is the best stream. The Can't Buy Me Love stream haunts me all the fucking time. I get psychic damage every single time I think about it. I have a video recording of me finding the George ending, because I didn't get it in stream, but I have a recording of me getting the George ending, and I've been meaning to post that, and I keep forgetting to do that. I'll have to do it at some point. But I did do the George ending, and it's normal. Just like we figured, it's normal. But, oh god, Can't Buy Me Love. You'd think their workflow is completely changed by the Get Back sessions, but in John and Yoko Above Us, Only Sky, he has the exact careless workflow and just kind of expected everyone to keep up. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah. Every time I think about the Beatles, I just want to... There's like two feelings that I have. I'm just like, man, and then I'm just like, God, I want to die. I keep up with his lyrics and his chords despite not writing anything down because he's so used to it being easy with the yeah. He just wants everyone to read his mind. John just wants everyone to read his mind because that's what happened with all the other ones, but nobody can read his fucking mind, so he gets mad about it and he's like, why aren't you keeping up? Yeah, Can't Buy Me Love. Yeah, there's an entire, it was a blind playthrough. You get it. I guess if you watch the VOD, you get to hear me do my terrible Liverpudlian accent, so I guess I can't avoid it either way. It's just something I do. I launch into a John Lennon impression, and then I can't get out of it. I just do that sometimes. I just talk to myself as John Lennon to pass the time. It's common quartz knowledge on this channel. It's just I start talking like John Lennon sometimes. Oh boy, I have to fill in Leo on all the quartz lore about this channel because he's new here. And I'm just like, here's some stuff you know. I still think about pretty good Liverpool accent, actually. Thank you very much. Stop. I wish Owen were here so that he could verify. Because Owen is from the UK. We need Owen in here for accurate British. See, that's what I was just gonna. That was what I was saying. I was like, we need to get Owen in here so that he can verify whether or not my Liverpudlian accent is actually good or not. Because he's my one source of. Well, second. I know 2 British people at least. He's my one mutual that I'm close with that's British that I can tap to be like, hey, by the way, can I get your opinion on this? I'm technically an honorary Brit. Owen's crowned me an honorary Brit. Technically. Because I grew up with British media in my house. Kind of. Just thinking about the chaos in the group chat the other day. Oh my gosh, this stream is just... I'm so sorry, there's just no cohesion. I'm just rambling. I'm all over the place. I'm so sorry. I do think I need to end stream here eventually. But I'll go for a little bit longer and then I'll probably call it quits. My voice is starting to go, unfortunately, because I think me ranting about The Graduate has started to kill it a little bit. Also talking for 3 hours straight. I haven't done that in so long. I hardly talked the entirety of my break, because I'm not much of a chatty person, but, yeah. God. Sometimes I think the liver... Okay, I should go to bed soon, but it was very fun stopping by. Good night, everybody. Good night, Leo. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you so much. It was good to see you, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Because I like having you here. We don't come to the court stream for cohesion, we come for chaos. That's totally fair. Yes, it was a pleasure having you here, my friend. Jeez. I was gonna say something. Oh. Yes. I was gonna say, it is such an interesting, like, dichotomy in being, in, like, how I started off 2024 and how I'm starting off 2025. I know I mentioned it earlier, but it is genuinely nice to find some sense of community, finally, because I've always kind of struggled with fitting in a community of people, or just finding friends as a whole. And the people I did end up befriending, oh, excuse me, the people I did end up befriending ended up being not so kind people in the end, and also just ended up screwing me over for 15 years of my life. So to be in amongst people who are not just interested in this thing that I'm also interested in, but also just really nice and understanding and don't have ulterior motives is refreshing in a way, because I'm just so used to, like, losing people so quickly. I'm so starved for a community. Listen, you want community, we got you covered. You can always join us over on Tumblr. So glad you found it, though. I know. I've desperately needed it, too, because I've just been so alone for so long, and I've had nobody that I can really truly rely on in terms of friends to talk to just chat about anything fun. Doesn't even just have to be about Beatles, it's just in general. It's overwhelming, mostly. Overwhelming, but it's nice. It's very, very nice. I'm laughing a lot more. I'm excited to wake up every day to talk to my little friends that live in my phone. You know, it's great. I also feel bad sometimes. I know I talked about it with my girlfriend, but I just feel bad because I'm like, I'm so excited about my friends. I feel like I'm abandoning you a bit. She's like, no, you're fine. What are you talking about? I'm just happy you have friends. Why would I be upset that you have friends? She's so sweet. I love her. My girlfriend's so wonderful. But I'm just happy to have friends. And I feel like I gush about them a little too much. I'm excited to wake up every day. This is a dream. I know. I know. I wish that for every single person. If you're struggling right now, I hope that one day you find something that makes you excited, that makes you happy, that you wake up every single day excited for. I know my words seem shallow and you might be like rolling your eyes and maybe like, oh, this person is being insincere and is just saying that for the sake of saying that. And it's like, no, I genuinely mean it. I genuinely hope that you find a sense of community one day and you find people that love and care about you because you deserve it. Everyone deserves to be loved and cared for. And I believe in you. Anything is accomplished. And I believe that you'll find people that you gel with. Because good lord, it took me so long to get to this point where I can do that. Where I do that. Where I have that. And I'm happy. For the first time in a few years, I'm happy again that I have people to talk to. I'm just really sad that they're all so far away. All of them live in different countries except for one or two of my mutuals, which makes me so sad. My twin, though, lives relatively close to me. They live like 2 states away. And we have talked about meeting up one day. I would love that, actually. I'd love to meet them in person because they are so lovely. Thank you, Quartz. Of course. That's also my thing for 2025 is just to be more positive. To spread positivity more. I've been a negative Nancy for so long. I need to make sure that you all know you're loved and cared about. Quartz so cool. Oh, stop. You flatter me too much. But I'm trying. I just hope that some of my positivity rubs off on you guys, and I hope that you find exactly what you're looking for, and I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. I've pretty much given up on finding community IRL. It's pretty hopeless, to be honest, so online seems to be the way to go. I'm sure you'll find it. There's a community for everybody. Also, welcome back. Good to have you back. There's a community for everybody. I found my community, which is surprising that it's the Beatles. That is the most shocking thing ever. But I'm glad. My New Year's resolutions to at least at some point come out publicly to everybody, which is scary. Actually, hang on. I need to DM my girlfriend a thing real quick. I'll wait for a response from her. Let me get a thing out real quick, because we are winding down for the end of stream, and I do have some poems I want to read to you that I did. I didn't write many, but I have a couple that I'll read to you in a second. Shoot, where did I put it? I was gonna put it in front of me, and then I didn't, because I'm silly. You know, I have to clarify because tone struggle moment. Tone struggle moment. My stomach is growling because my stomach acid reflux has made me so hungry these past couple of days. Please hold, folks. Please hold. Sorry, I'm making you guys hold. I'm trying to clarify something because I'm having a moment. Autism. Blah. I hate when my autism is like, I don't know how you meant to put that sentence together. Did you mean it this way or did you mean it another way? Because I am struggling to understand. You're fine. We're winding down stream. Anyway, okay. Okay. It just took a second, cause I just had to clarify a thing real quick. Sorry about that, folks. Okay. So, I do... Hang on. I'm just doing the uncertainty and slowly going through. Well, I just like to double check with... I just like to double check and, like, make sure. I've gotten past the point where I'm, like, worried... Especially with my girlfriend. Like, I want to double check to make sure... Watching 2 streams at once? That's cool. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Alright, sorry. Wow, I'm suddenly overly anxious. Okay, like, okay. Okay. So, before I read you guys some poems, I do actually want to talk about something with myself. It happened well, it was a realization I came to over the break, and it was just a thing that, like, was hard to really truly come to terms with, but I don't know, I just felt like it would also be important to just talk about in general. But I'm so anxious just in general talking about this, because I've only talked about it with my girlfriend, and I will talk about that more in a second. But I'm gonna come out as polyamorous. I'm poly. Took me a really long time to really truly understand that part of me, and it was just the thing that I repressed a lot growing up in general, and I don't know. I just thought I would come out to you guys about it because I came out to my girlfriend and I thought, why not come out to stream as well? I know a lot of people are gonna like misinterpret what I say. It's also what I was talking with my girlfriend about a second ago because she was worried that she's worried that that people are gonna take that and go, oh well, then Quartz is open to dating more people. And it's like, I am poly, but I am in a committed relationship. We've already talked about it, she and I have. I'm not gonna do anything about it. I'm not gonna like go on and date other people at the same time as her. She's already made it very clear, and that's perfectly fine, and I understand that completely. But I just needed to be honest about that part of me because I'd been kind of repressing it for a long time too, mostly just because of what the stigmas against poly people are. You're so brave for talking about this openly. We love you no matter what. We love you. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. It's just the stigmas of poly people in general I've heard over and over and over and over again. Like, the internet and public as a whole really don't like poly people. It's a tough thing to talk about as a whole, and there's not a lot of people that come out publicly to talk about being poly, and I just thought I would just open up about that a little bit and just like talk about it, just because it was something that I struggled with for a very, very long time. And I hope that those who think that they're poly as well, I don't want that same struggle for you, because like, oh man, it's rough being in monogamous relationships, except for one instance wherein I was in a poly relationship. There's not a lot of representation out there for poly people unless it's like a joke or in fictional media. It's not talked about very often, and it's kind of hard to really pinpoint any sort of like media that shows it positively. You're a wonderful person no matter who you are, and I know will never judge you for who you are. You are you. Nobody can change that. Yeah, thank you. But also, don't take this as an invitation to try to hit on me. Guys, I'm in a committed relationship. I love my girlfriend very, very much. I'm dedicated to her. I love her very much. I've made that very clear in the past, and that's not gonna change just because I've come out as poly. Alright. I don't want random people coming and hitting on me, okay? Please, thank you. Also, don't pester my girlfriend about this either. Don't pester me, don't pester my girlfriend. Just don't pester us about this. I'm taking this one opportunity to talk about it. I'm probably not gonna bring it up again much, but I just wanted to be open and honest. I've been feeling bi-curious for a while now, and I heard that if you have thoughts like that in transition, then you begin to like men, which is, yeah, that's rough. Coming out on a platform like this is a huge step, and we're so happy for you. You guys are so nice. Stop. But yeah, I mean, I remember I you know, the biggest thing for me is I've been called a whore before, told that I spread my love out too much and that I need to like rein it in, that I'm a cheater, that just because I shouldn't like multiple people, that's not normal. Like, it's just a whole bunch of bullshit I've heard before, and that's mostly the things that caused me to repress a lot, especially being called a whore. That was rough. I did not like being called a whore at all. But I want to just say, like, if you are poly, if you think you're poly, well, first, like, I love you and I care about you, all of you who are poly. I love you very, very much. All of us who are poly need to stick together so that people won't just keep calling us whores or pieces of shit. Because we're not. We are perfectly valid people that belong here. And I know there's been so much vitriol on the internet as of late about polyamory and people who are poly as a whole, and I hate seeing it. And so just know that you're safe here with me in this place. There's a community of people here that love and care about you, and just I love and care about you too. And I'm sorry the internet hates people who are outside of the binary of understanding when it comes to being LGBT. Plenty of people struggle with being honest with themselves, especially with their sexuality and gender identity, and yeah. It took me so long to come out about this. Like, I'm 24. It took me till I was 22 to even come out as a lesbian. It's just, like, it took me so long to figure out. I mean, at the same time, too, figuring out I was non-binary. Like, there was just so much going on that just really did numbers on my psyche as a person. So, yeah. But thank you for your warm embrace of me coming out. I appreciate it. I know not a lot of other people are probably gonna get this kind of reception, but I am sending my love and support in spirit regardless. I love you and I care about you. And yeah, I think that's all I got to say. It's a tough thing to talk about still. I'm still adjusting, and I'm still, if I sound nervous or antsy, I am nervous and I'm antsy about it. I mean, I was nervous and antsy even coming out to my girlfriend about it, because, like, of course she had all sorts of questions too, which I'm not going to divulge too much about our conversations the two of us had. We talked it out. I reassured her and made sure that she knew that I love her still and I'm not going to cheat on her. But because a lot of people think that poly people are gonna cheat on them inevitably, and it's like, no, shut the fuck up. And not to my girlfriend, no, I love you, sweetheart. I'm talking about people in general. But yeah, I love her very much. She's an important person to me. I'm not gonna jeopardize our relationship. And yeah. Yeah, just, yeah. Anyway. Generally trust people to know themselves better than anyone else. I mean, I'm sure you can empathize with that. Yeah, definitely. The quartz community is supportive of all perceptions of self. Yeah. If you are outside of the binary, I love you. But also take care of yourself. Every person, I know there's not a lot of people who are in a situation where they can come out. And it's okay to not come out. To, like, family or friends, especially if it's not safe. Sometimes it's best to just do what's safest and stay in the closet. And I know that can be tough, and people might look at you and me saying that and be like, what the fuck? Are you encouraging people to like, blah, 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 like trying to put words in my mouth? And it's like, no. Sometimes people have to do what's safest for them. I have to do what's safest for me. So the best thing that I can do is talk about it on the internet rather than in real life. So just know I understand the struggle and I get it, but just also empathize with people who don't come out publicly, who don't want to come out publicly. Alright? Love you guys. I need to come out this year. The closet's keeping me safe, kind of, but it's also slowly killing me. Yeah. Okay, but that's the last bit that I'll talk about. I'm gonna wrap up stream. Oh gosh, that was really anxiety inducing. I'm happy I talked about it, but I'm also just overthinking stuff, and I need to just like sweep it, move on. I'm just so intimidated, even though nothing bad will probably happen. Just be careful, just be cautious, okay? Be careful, be cautious, do what you need to do to keep yourself safe, because you are important above all else. Okay. I'm gonna read some poems to you guys. I know I'm just swiftly changing the subject, but I just, yeah. I need to I want to read some poems, and then I want to end stream so I can go to bed. I'm a little tired. Okay, I'm only gonna read. There's one poem here that I wrote specifically for myself that I'm not gonna read out loud, and I mean, I also wrote a thing in here for myself. There's some personal writings in here, so I really only am gonna read two to you guys today. Okay. I didn't really write a whole lot of poems over the break, which is kind of sad. I miss writing poems a little bit. I'll try to see if I can write more in this coming year. I didn't really even start writing poems until last year, so yep, it's poem time. This poem is called Lap. It's a little bit scattered because I was having a rough time while writing it, but it goes a little something like this. At the peak of youth, they keep their secrets locked behind tight lips. I'll never know them all. Play pretend behind the playground. The unforgivable will drown. At 10, I lost my sense of self when a boy told me I was pretty, a princess bound by fate, to twirl and dance the night away. His fingers crested my hips as he told me to sit. Engulfed by the static of the TV, no one looked for me. Refuge came in the car, passing street lamps that captured strangers, who looked in the window like they knew my dirty secret. Buried in the skin of my thighs, I turned the key in the lock of adult life, peering in at what they may see, or what they see. Sultry voice, a deep rumble, he pierced what could not break, split the veil underneath with firm hands on my thighs. That's the night I died inside. Born as something new. Pray they tell you. My mouth seals shut, and down I push my gut. That one was Lap. That one's kind of... The most I'll say about that one is it's based on a real thing that happened to me when I was 10. Actually, I might just read the other one. I might read 3 to you guys today, actually. Because I might elaborate more on that one in the other one. It's, like, so magical. Is it just me or just Quartz's poems just come to life? Thank you. I might read to you the other one, because that one kind of elaborates more on Lap. But, yeah, that was Lap. Huh. Gosh. Alright. The second one is called Stranger to Myself. And it goes a little something like this. I see 2 sets of eyes stare back at me, judging, mournful, languid, angry. A vast, polluted ocean, dragging me out to shore. You are bitter. I am bored. What? Oh, I am a bore. You are bitter, I am a bore. There is no love in me anymore. Violence wrecks my reeks, excuse me, or wrecks. My crossed out, your heart. Behind blank stares, my crossed out, your hands bleed onto paper. Never a permanent stain. Punish yourself for inaction. Give up when the motivation is lost. You and I will never be free. Stare into the mirror. What do you see? 2 sets of eyes staring back at me. Will you ever let me settle again? I want the rumble to cease. My attention at ease. I don't know who you are. Giving in to God's wrathful knee. But please listen to me and let me back inside. Feel my joints bleed. I don't know who I am anymore. Please, please leave. This anger is not me. So that one was Stranger to Myself. Both of these I wrote in the struggle to keep up with my mental health. I want to do a bunch of writing since I have a lot of fun whenever I do it. It's especially been interesting writing poetry as well. That's fair. Yeah, I think you should give it a go. Poetry's for everybody. My poems are not the best, but I do my best. These ones I wrote having the worst time ever. This was probably at the peak of my mental health struggles. So there's like two different situations being depicted in here, but I won't say anything more because, as I always say, my poems, you interpret yourself. I don't want to explain them to you, except for the one. I feel like I'm a stranger to myself too. The only poem I've ever really explained was The Ghost of John Lennon. I want to post that one somewhere. Anyway, this is the last one I'll read, and this one is rough. This one is based in a lot of experiences that I've had personally, and it's the most straightforward poem that I've wrote. I don't know necessarily if I can call it a poem. It's just like a creative piece of writing, but I'm gonna give a trigger warning for CSA kind of, as well as essay, and just sexualization of a minor in general. I think they're more often impactful when you don't explain them, yeah. This one is, but yeah, I'm giving a trigger warning for that stuff. But this one is called Innocence. And I wrote this one after I watched Mysterious Skin. It goes a little something like this. There's a myth that children know what they're doing, cognizant of every word and action taken. Consent exists, so why worry? Let me tell you a list. Pay attention. When I was 10, a boy made me feel special. Let me into his world, a dark room with a TV. Why don't you sit on my lap? You can see the action better. His dick pressed up under my princess dress. When I was 13, I thought I made friends. They loved me on that server, their precious princess, until they called me a whore on call. Cornered like a deer, unable to leave until they were through. When I was 13, a man promised me the spotlight, adoring fans and a lifetime of fame. For just one picture of me, strings attached. When I was... they... ellipses. Always a haze. Aren't I such a bore? When I was 18, my partner assaulted me. 3 times defiled my trust, plucked my petals in bloom. 2 suicide attempts, 2 hospital visits. 1 broken body on the floor of their room. So tell me this, and don't spare any detail. Who has the reins, me or you? Numbers make an age, but that age holds meaning. Take your hands off the keys and place the chamber in your mouth until the click signals a flash. And that one was Innocence. I kind of wrote that one when I was really angry. I was kind of desolate and I wasn't really feeling much of anything, but I was still... There's a lot of anger in that one. Those are all my poems that I got for you guys. Sorry I didn't write a whole bunch. It wasn't really feeling up to writing poems, which is a shame because I do like writing them, but sometimes you just gotta, you know. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about it before, just not on stream, but, yeah. That's probably my most honest piece of writing to date. I've kind of alluded to what the things were that happened to me, but, there's a lot more that I could get into. Like, I wasn't just called a whore on the, like, I was in a Minecraft server and I gave them my Skype or whatever, and they didn't just call me a whore. I was, like, harassed a whole bunch more after that, but I don't feel like necessarily going into detail about that because, like, I don't know. Not right now. Maybe one day, but it's okay. I've made peace with a lot of the stuff that's happened to me over the years. I mean, I'm still recovering from my essay that happened, but, in many ways, it's like, I can never get back what happened to me. I can't get back my childhood because I was overtly sexualized from a young age, from, like, 10 onward, and I never really found a moment of peace in that. I never really got to exist as a kid properly. I guess. I mean, I guess I experienced childhood fine before then, but, you know, it's those moments that stick out the most, and I just kind of feel like I lost all bits of childhood after that point. I felt more like an adult by the time I was 10, and so, yeah. You're very nice, all of you. Thank you for all of your support lately. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it, and for not being so judgmental of my honesty. I guess it's hard to talk about these things. You've heard it from a lot of people at this point. It probably doesn't mean much, but I'm so incredibly sorry. It's okay. I mean, it took me even a long time to recall a bunch of that stuff. Like, the thing that happened to me when I was 10 was a memory that I didn't really... I had it uncovered when I was, like, 17. It came to me one day when I was at school because I was talking with somebody about Halloween, and I had a memory of like, my cousin, when I was with my cousin when I was, like, 10... or not even 10, I think I was like 9, and I was dressed up as a princess, and then all of a sudden, my brain just uncovered this memory of me when I was 10 at a friend's house, an apartment, dressed up as a princess, and that happened to me. I do have to say, though, that it wasn't an adult that did that to me when I was 10, it was a 16-year-old boy. His arm was broken, and I thought he was kind of cute. I was getting away from the party because it was a Halloween party. And it was my friend's brother. He was in his room watching King Kong, and I guess he found some weird interest in me. Also, probably because we were alone in the room together. Nobody knew where I was. My mom didn't even care because she was talking with friends and didn't pay attention to where I went. But yeah, it was uncomfortable. And I remember afterward I just felt dirty. I wanted to go take a bath and forget about it. He told me not to tell anybody because then he would get in trouble and I would get in trouble. And so I didn't tell anybody. I just went home. I don't really remember him either. I just remember the cast on his arm and his hands on my thighs. That's all I remember. I really don't remember much else other than the TV. It was one of those like tube TVs with a VHS player attached to it. I remember it was kind of big. I'd never seen King Kong before. It wasn't even the original. It was one of those shitty remakes. And he did tell me to sit on his lap so I could see it better, because I couldn't really see it sitting on the side of his bed. May he never know rest or peace. People are truly disgusting sometimes, so I feel the same way. Yeah, I mean, it's still like I don't really remember much else other than that. That day's like a blur. All I remember is like snippets. I remember that. Then I remember there was apple bobbing, I think, and then musical chairs, and I got pissed and I ran off, and there was Twilight playing was on the TV. I remember that. I don't remember what scene was playing, but I know Twilight was on the TV and I hated it, but I just, yeah, anyway. You don't feel comfortable talking about it? You don't have to talk about it? No, it's okay. I'm not uncomfortable talking about it. I've talked about it plenty before, but I guess this is just the first time I'm talking about it on stream. So, it's a bit tougher, I guess. Because I know people, there's a lot of people out there that are like victim blamers, that don't believe people who come out about these kinds of things and say that they're faking it, that the things they experienced aren't real. They're making it up for attention, and I have no reason to say these things. I'm not trying to get attention. I'm just detailing things that happened to me, that I know, things that have happened to other people before, and I just hope that victims like me know that I believe you, and I love you, and I hope that you're okay. It's okay. Those of you who are saying like, oh, I'm so sorry, it's okay. Like I said, I've come to peace, like, I've come to, good gracious, I'm having a hard time talking, I'm sorry. I've come to make peace with what happened. And on these multiple instances, there's some things I'm still working through, granted, but I'm okay. Anyway. I don't mean to leave you guys on such a heavy note. I'm so sorry, oh my gosh. Anyways, the next time you see me, we will be doing the Paint-a-thon, which I will reiterate for the end of stream, will be happening the 18th and the 25th. We will be raising money for Medical Aid for Palestinians, or MAP, and I will be following Bob Ross tutorials, and if you guys donate and hit certain milestones, you guys can make me do silly challenges like drawing with my foot, or I have to draw Bob Ross in the middle of the painting we're doing, or whatever, or try to make the painting Bob Ross, or whatever, and we go from like 5 to 20 minutes depending on what I spin on a wheel. But hopefully we'll raise a lot of money. Tell your friends, tell whoever to come join and donate. That would be great. It'll be a lot of fun, hopefully. But thank you guys so much for a lovely comeback stream. It was so nice to see you all again. I was actually very anxious before stream that nobody would show up. That I fell off plus ratio. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you get something to eat if you haven't eaten anything yet. Make sure to get something to drink if you haven't drank anything yet. Make sure you, if you have medication you haven't taken yet, take your meds. Please go take your medication. That's very important. Make sure you, if you are in school currently, study for that test, or do your homework. It's better to do it late than never, as I always say, excuse me, gracious. Make sure you water your plants, pet your pets, take a shower if you haven't yet, brush your hair, brush your teeth, do what you need to do to take care of yourselves. Just know that I love you and I care about you, and there are people in your life that love and care about you as well. And I will see you guys for the Paint-a-thon. Bye! Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Bye. Bye-bye now. Goodbye. I'll catch you later.